Oh, hi. Oh, Ohio. Ohio. What up, guys? Welcome. Welcome. Stand by. I don't see the sound levels. Okay, they're working. Cool. If I don't have that visual representation that the sound is on, I will be in the dark. Literally. Literally. Hello. Welcome to my cyberpunk room. This is room reveal. Ready? This is where Bryan Johnson sleeps at night. This is his very normal bedroom, okay? You know who Bryan Johnson is. You are about to. He is the 45-year-old man who will be 18 if it's the last gosh darn thing he does. Dang it. Welcome. Okay, so I'm trying something new today. As you can see above my head, there is a countdown widget to members. So we'll see if it works. If it doesn't, I apologize. But there was no way to really test it in advance. Because I already am a member, because I had to test something else before. So I already am a member of my own membership. So I couldn't do it again. So if anyone does it, no pressure, but if anyone does it, we will see if technology is in our favor today. All right. So welcome. Today we're talking about some dudes and some dudettes. A little bit more so dudes today. But we have some funny, interesting things. We got Garyvee, VeeCon, and we're going to dive in a little bit to NFTs. Now, I am no NFT expert, if you can believe it. Can you believe it? I'm not an NFT expert. But I do think it's interesting to talk about how NFT bros, including, in my opinion, Garyvee and Tom Bilyeu, have pivoted away from talking about NFTs, talking about crypto at all. They've taken it down, like the words are not mentioned on their social media. And quietly, they've sort of started to do back to go into business. Like we're just talking about marketing, and we're talking about relationships, and we're talking about eating healthy and whatever else bullshit tips that they feel like they're superior to everyone else that already knows like the basic obvious advice in the world. And I think we should sort of review it. VeeCon just happened. That's Garyvee's. It used to be Garyvee's NFT conference. It's the second one. Last year was the first, obviously. One comes before two. It's already changed completely, basically, in my view. And I also had a hard time understanding what the heck it is. And I have a theory, and I've talked about this before, but that Garyvee is a children's influencer, or that's what he hopes to. Thanks, Lindsay. Okay. Now there should be a little progress. Hello, emote? Are you there? Starry Nights, thank you. Thank you, Starry Nights. Starry Nights, I know you're a tech genius. Is it supposed to do something? Oh, okay. Colt. Or is it supposed to just, like, am I supposed to manually do this or how? Help me. Oh, okay. Colt. And also, I have to reveal a new soundbite. You ready? Jenna Kutcher. We're not going to be talking about her today. Okay. But if you want to hear about Jenna Kutcher, there is a full stream that's like 4 hours long that you can watch. And also,
I do number 2.
Don't we all? Colt. Don't we all? So we're going to talk about Garyvee, VeeCon. We're going to look at it and see. I guess this is like a manual thing that I have to do or something. Oh, okay. Colt. Wait. No. Okay. We'll figure it out. We'll keep going. I'm gonna get my team. Hello, can you fix this? Can you tap into the mainframe, please? Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, you, Taro, you got this. Okay, we're gonna fix it. This is all a tactic just to get you to buy memberships. Suckers. You're welcome, I say to myself. Okay, but first we're gonna talk about Bryan Johnson. He's my favorite. He's my favorite cyborg. And we're going to talk about him for a few different reasons. One being that he's just cray. He's a crazy man. He posts the most awkward, dare I say awkward ass photos on the internet that I may have seen in quite a while. And he does it with no shame. Oh, it worked. Hey, look, it just took some time. That's all. Do I have applause? I live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause. Wow. Good job. It worked. Oh, my tech crew is texting me. Stand by. Move it to the side. Okay. Thank you. Move it to the side, dummy. Okay, there you go. So it's not in the way. Okay, so we're going to talk about Bryan Johnson. Now, if you don't know who this guy is, we talked about him. Oh, thank you, LCV Maddox. First, before we show you Bryan Johnson, I'll keep it hanging for a second. We also talked about him before, but we need to reintroduce himself.
I have dyslexia so bad.
LCV Maddox. Thank you so much. LCV Maddox picked a character punching the air with fist and bump written on his knuckles. That's what I have as well, but it's internal. It's called an internal tattoo. It's new. It's actually $1 million, so you just trust me, okay? It says, mogul hustle. Thank you, LCV Maddox. I appreciate that. And also I say,
are you friggin' bonker pants?
Are you? Let me know. Okay, so Bryan Johnson. Here we go. We're launching in. Here he is. This is his Instagram, obviously. He is the founder of Blueprint, which is the thing that he's using, which is a variety of protocols, very strict diet, exercise routines, light therapy, a team of medical doctors that watch him constantly and monitor him at all, levels of his health. That's what Blueprint is. And basically it's costing him like upwards of $1 million a year plus for him to be doing this, but it's supposed to help humanity somehow learn like how to better take care of themselves. And he's very, very serious about this. Like he takes this shit seriously. And we sort of made fun of his morning routine because he eats like slop, literal slop, which is like ground up vegetables, which, hey, I'm sure it's good for you. I'm sure it's delicious.
Gonna have to actually drink a little celery juice, keep me going here.
But, sad way to live, in my opinion. Like his whole day revolves around him and his body and how he's functioning. And he likes to, as you can see, even in this that was posted 3 hours ago, he likes to track the data. He's got data about his sleep. He's got data about his breathing. He's got data about his liver. Like it's a lot. So that's one problem. I think it's excessive. But I also think the second problem is now he's posting weird stuff with his kid and his own dad. The photos are just wackadoodle. And what they are taking the photos for is a little bit odd. And then we're going to talk about a lawsuit involving his ex-girlfriend. I'm sort of not on her side in this, I don't think, just by watching like a general video about it, but I have the actual documents. And once again, guess where I believe it came from? Utah. And I had to pay for it. So, oh no, this is from Los Angeles, but they are from Utah, or he is at least. So it sort of is a connection to the Utahians that we've been talking about lately. Anyways, but first, thank you to Part-Time Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu. Thank you. Part-Time Jiu-Jitsu picked a hippo character in tactical gear doing tactical flanking maneuver hand gestures, which I guess would make sense for Part-Time Jiu-Jitsu flanking gestures. That's awesome. This is
gold, straight up.
And also, get ready for
deep belly laughs.
And finally, we're going to be jumping into
priceless, juicy nuggets.
Thank you very much. And Heather DeMaio, thank you very much. Heather DeMaio says, damn girl, 3 lives and 6 days. Here's $5 for some celery. You deserve it. I didn't even realize. I'm like, why am I so tired? Why am I literally asleep all day long? Or I want to be. That may be why. That makes sense. Thank you for reminding me.
Got my celery juice right here.
I will take this and learn from it. I I appreciate it. And one more from Medical Medium, our favorite. I think because this is much lighter and fun, I've repressed the other stuff about Medical Medium and such because it was such a downer. So now we're on to the fun stuff. This is what I say.
It hurts. It stings.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Okay. So here's Bryan. This is what he's saying. Like, look, I got an app of some sort and my results, blah, 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 blah. And he's always like bragging. He's like, I'm in the 100 percentile of sleeping, as if anyone else other than him gives a shit. Really, you know? What is this? Oh no, that's it. I didn't add mine in. I have a new soundbite coming up, by the way, next time that I think will be appropriate for this moment. Okay. So we all right, here's more proof. He's sleeping very casually in bed. It says, my sleep performance ranks in the 99th percentile of Whoop users, which I guess is some sort of app. This video details what I'm doing. Okay, so I guess he's sleeping, I'm assuming. But we're going to talk about these two photos up here specifically. We already know he's weird. He's a little odd, you know, just like a little bit. Like he's got his booty. You know, this is the type of things he's sharing on his journey to what do you call it? Never dying, whatever that is, immortality. But we need to look at this. Okay, now his son, I believe, is 18 now, I hope. He's either 17 and a half or 18. So we're going to just assume for this moment that he's 18. But this is what it says. Okay, so obviously he's the dad. If you couldn't tell who's 18 because of all the medical help, he's the one that's 45, and this is his son. And it says, my son, father, and I completed the world's first multi-generational plasma exchange. Once divided by the mind, now united by biology. Okay. Interesting. I'm intrigued. So that gets posted a day ago, yesterday. Someone says, these are the comments. Your skin color indicates you have liver problems.
Super freaking privileged.
Which I'm assuming he would know by now because he's literally, like I said, has a team of doctors who looks at all of his markers like at all times. So I think he's choosing to be yellow for some reason. And he also talks about it up there and he comments back. Thank you, Josephine Henry. Thank you so much, everybody. Josephine Henry chose a character appearing from behind a cloud saying, hiya. Hiya. I like that. Hiya. You can meet with the part-time jujitsu. I'm saying that word and it's not an easy word for me to say. Here you go, Josephine Henry.
And I will tell her girlfriend you are so on.
You are so on. And here's a tip for free.
Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath.
There you go. Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath. And also,
What up, homie?
what up, homie? That's to everybody. Thank you, Josephine. Okay. So he responded and said, my skin in this pic has a slightly yellow tone. It's healthy and fine. Okay. My liver markers are measured by blood and MRI are perfect. Of course, he has an obsession with being perfect physically. Not like looks, but like health, like I said, health markers. It's a result of my caloric restriction, 2,000 calories daily, low subcutaneous, oh God, now I liked it, fat, and carotenoids in my diet and supplements. We're lowering lutein from 20 milligrams daily to 10 milligrams to see if it calms the yellow. Well, good. I was just sweating and fearful for him that he was too yellow and I needed this update. So I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you, Bryan. And thank you, Tatiana Makovinkin. Is that even close? Tatiana chose thanks written on top of a purple heart. Aww. Aww. Here's what I have to say about that, Tatiana.
You look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
Mic drop, homie.
Just kidding. That is a joke. I don't believe that. But before we move forward, let's all take a clear.
Clear.
And also tap into the mango frequency.
The mango frequency.
Thank you. It's important that we center before these streams. I forgot. Sorry. So thank you, Tatiana, for reminding me. Okay. So he's fine. He's healthy, guys. People are like, I don't know. It's mixed. It's sort of mixed comments. Some people are like, this is amazing. But then some people are like, what are you trying to achieve here? I can understand, but to involve your child is too far. Why are you yellow? So people are sort of onto it as like, this is a little bit bizarre. Then the same day, this photo was posted. And this is where I got creeped out. I mean, I was creeped out before with him and his son holding vials of blood. Very Elizabeth Holmes style to me. But then this is looking like prom/maternity photo shoot with a child, potentially teenager, and a grandpa. I just found it to be wackadoodle, to say the least. It's a little wackadoodle for me, and I like wackadoodle, but this is just like, I don't know. It's unsettling in a multitude of ways. First of all, they're wearing like the wife beater soaked. So it's almost giving off like sexy car wash. And then we got over the belly hugging and wrapping, I don't know. And the whole thing is to talk about their blood transfusions that they did together. I'm just like, what the heck? Anyways, okay, JLB Nerdy, thank you. Thank you so much. JLB Nerdy says, bought pumpkin seeds. Am I cycling like Rach yet? Yes, you are. You gotta raise them to the camera and drop them and go, I'm so quirky. I dropped them in the camera. She loves them seeds. She's always on a cycle. She's cycling through life. You know, Rach, what do you have to say about this?
I'm a big time hippie and I'm very woo-woo.
Rachel had her second live event. She had it in New York recently, and there's been no tea. I haven't heard anything about it. I'm very sad.
You are privileged AF.
The people who got to go are privileged AF, and I'm sure it was amazing. And I'm sure you heard so much about her uterus, and you've learned so much about her cervix and about her vaginal walls. So I'm jealous.
I don't shave my chochi.
If only I could be there in person to hear those personal details, I would be a better human.
You have a wig in your panties,
as they say.
Human.
And finally, before I move to forward, thank you to Good Spider Bad Spider.
Freaking privilege.
Good Spider Bad Spider says, ah, I liked my eyes. Well, I have two good sound bites for that. Good Spider Bad Spider. The first one being,
the knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
That's you. And then also, this is the other one. That's you as well. Thank you very much. Okay, so this one also has a comment. So this one just, the description says, divided by the mind, united by biology. Video link in bio. Okay, so we're going to watch that. But he also commented, I guess people were saying like, weird, which, you know, I can second those comments. My skin in this pic has a slightly yellow tone. It's healthy and fine. My liver markers as measured by blood and MRI are perfect. Okay, so it's the same exact thing. Same exact thing. He just wanted to let everyone know he's taking care of it. He's not going to comment, I guess, about the weirdness of the photo, but here you go. So here's the blood transfusion in real time. That's Grandpa. Okay. There's the three of them together looking like they're at, you know, Stonehenge, just checking out the scenery. More blood. She's got, I think it's not working, Brian. It's coming out on the pillow, apparently. Can I zoom in here? No, you can't. Yeah, it's a little on the pillow there. I'm not feeling that. What kind of center is this? This doesn't look safe, perhaps, or some sort of like, I don't know what this is. I mean, I guess, I don't know. If I was like at a hospital, I'm like, can I take a picture of this bloody tubage? Sure. Yeah, totally. So I'm not sure if this is on the up and up, but we'll watch it and decide. How about that? So let's go to his bio. Will my son's blood make me younger? That is a clickbait. Not even clickbait, because I'm sure he's going to answer this, which is yes, a resounding yes. But it is, oh God, now you can buy a blueprint starter kit. You guys, we can become Bryan. We can set up photo. It's just like a camera and like a white wife beater. Just like a fake blood kit. He's like, here, you could be me. This is all I do. So here it goes. Will my son's blood make me younger? Okay, I know we're on pins and needles waiting for this. And this already has 146,000 views. So we know it's probably going to be not as exciting as if it was like 10 views, but still, we like it. Okay, here we go.
Well, the science is actually pretty fascinating. Regular transfusions of the blood of a younger, physically fit donor can significantly retard the aging process.
Okay, so they got a new editor. I can tell that right off the bat because the last vlog that we watched, or like the morning routine, was not very well edited. So maybe they took my notes and they were like, we're hiring somebody. And this says, Peter Thiel is very, very interested in young people's blood. Okay, it's an Inc. article.
Them are insane.
Bryan Johnson.
Bryan Johnson.
Bryan Johnson.
He calls himself the world's most measured human.
He's spending $2 million a year on a team of 30 doctors.
To reverse aging.
Whoa.
I will say I'm much more entertained than I was previously when I had to watch him, like, eat or tell me every single ingredient of his morning, like, pill chaser drink. And it was like, this is lutein, this is chlorophyll, this is cinnamon. I'm like, oh my God, please. And then he would go and repeat it again. I'm like, this sucks. So he's doing better, entertainment wise.
Called out the bomb squad. They brought the dog. Wow. As far as I know, it's the first time this has ever been done. You ever done a multi-generational exchange?
Ever.
If you start to feel like your eyes start to itch, that's the first sign of a reaction.
What?
Okay, good intro. I'm in, baby.
Good morning.
Who's that?
The challenging thing is I need to eat this somehow before we get on the airplane. I'll get my clothes on, get this packed up. I'm ready to go. Are we on time?
Okay, just based on looks, I'm going to make a judgment here. He does not look like the healthiest 45-year-old I've ever seen. And maybe that's why he's doing all these protocols to get healthier. But like, based on how much time and effort is going into this, it is, it could be better. It could be better. Also, what happened to this widget? Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's supposed to go up more. It's still waiting. We'll figure it out. Refresh? Okay, whatever. Sorry. Back to
Packing really light today. 24-hour trip, so just the essentials. And this, I'll show this to my dad and say, hey, Dad, you're going to get this tomorrow in your plasma.
At Blueprint, we have evaluated hundreds of long.
Also, look at his chest. I hope that is some sort of thing you're attempting to do. And not a reaction from all these things happening. Because that is not what human skin typically looks like, right? His chesticle right there.
At Blueprint, we have evaluated hundreds of longevity therapies. And I thought it would be pretty epic if my son, my father, and I completed the world's first multi-generational plasma exchange. Plasma is a part of our blood. So when we get our blood drawn, we see a bunch of red stuff. A part of that is the plasma, which can be separated from it. And it started with this really wild experiment where 2 mice were actually...
Okay, let me just tell you though, like from an editor's perspective, this type of editing, like the intro, the thought that has gone into this is a lot, and it's probably, he's got a ton of money, so who cares the expensive part? But there's a lot of thought and effort and money being put into this. So I almost feel like he's trying to capitalize off the moment and maybe do like a docu-series or something, because this is very well done, I will say again.
Sewn together to share the same circulatory system. It was an old mouse and a young mouse. The results showed that the old mouse got younger.
I'll do a blood
proposal is
transfusion
not
with you. Can I have some of your blood? Say yes. Say I consent to give you my blood. Okay. They've done the first multi-generational blood transfusion, but have you ever done a cat to human blood transfusion? I don't think so. We're going to be the first. High five. Okay.
My father and I get sewn together.
What?
The proposal is that I...
Sorry, let me go back. I missed that second. You're going to be sewn together with your dad? Okay. Okay.
The results showed that the old mouse got younger.
The proposal is not that my father and I get sewn together. The proposal is that I donate my younger plasma to my father. It's possible that this will help him in a variety of ways. There have been several human trials since the mouse study, but young plasma is still an experimental invasive therapy. Even though we completed a battery of baseline measurements on him, there's some level of risk here.
And we're leaving at 10:30.
You know what?
Go on this side.
I might just rep the merch.
Rep that merch.
A year ago, I was living with my mom in Virginia, and I had grown up in a religion for all my life, but I'd never really been into it. And a couple years...
Okay, as they're showing the temple, they're Mormons. Formerly, I'm assuming, Mormons. So... there is always a little bit, not always, but it tends to be, MLMs are rampant among Mormons, in my perspective. Recently, wackadoodle, once again, murder cases, like the dentist killing everyone and the woman allegedly the woman, killing her husband before killing her husband, and then writing a book about how her children are dealing with grief that we talked about last week. So yeah, just something to keep of note. Just a little something, to keep in the back pocket.
Back, my dad actually had left the religion, and he was sort of the outsider kept at bay by my siblings and I because he didn't check the religion box, he could not be trusted. I started to develop a relationship with my dad, and we began working on practical things together, like my homework. And slowly I began to develop a trust for him because I saw that in the areas he's helped me in life, he has had a good track record at helping me succeed. And so that...
I feel like this script was written by his dad, obviously, and that he's like delivering this to like the custody court. Like, my dad feeds me and cleans me every day, and I am not in danger here. I love living here. It seems very odd that he's delivering this specifically this way.
That sort of bled into other areas of my life, and eventually I came to the conclusion that I wanted to leave the church I grew up in and come out to California to live with him. And it was the best decision I've made in my life.
I think there's a lot more to unpack there. Okay, I just have a feeling that there's a lot more going on than just that. But okay, we'll take it at face value.
Hey, Talmud.
There's a delay. Hey, Talmud.
Well, so I was updating my algorithm.
Oh my God, there's so many cameras. Okay, also that was a weird moment. That's how you say hi to your son? I mean, I guess there's cameras, so it's awkward, but like, hello, son, nice to see you there.
Hey, Talmud.
There's a delay. Hey, Talmud.
Well, so I was updating my algorithm of the number of cameras on you. So it seems like you're doing really well.
I think so.
I've been so proud of Talmud because he has not been on camera at all. And Talmud is learning extraordinarily fast. I'm impressed. We are on time.
I don't know what comments I have about this interaction.
As an alt, Nutter Butters, little snack size, and then cookie size Oreos. And you know what?
Right.
With this option set, we will choose Nutty.
Oreos aren't a big part of the blueprint.
You just want to check in self-service?
There are so many things that can go wrong. We've planned this entire thing to happen in 20.
They got a lot of equipment. Maybe that's the camera crew's equipment. Otherwise, that's a lot of luggage for a 24-hour trip, he said. Hold on. Oh, also, she's being so cute right now. Here, I'll show you. Can I raise it? Oops, no. No! Well, now she's not being as cute. Look! I'll give you more tarot. Yeah, I'm going on vacation. For 24 hours. I'm just gonna pack light. Meanwhile, this is you. This you? Okay, sorry.
Check-in self-service.
There are so many things that can go wrong. We've planned this entire thing to happen in 24 hours. Not a single thing can go wrong. So I'm pretty nervous about this.
I'm actually excited. This is like the first thing where I'm actually having something done to my body significantly that's supposed to help it, besides Blueprint.
Yeah. Do I want your plasma? Like, how's your plasma been? What's the warning label here?
For about 16 years of my life, I've had unlimited sugar, so just be ready for that.
Me too. I'm 31, so he's not gonna want my plasma, huh?
We're 34,000 feet. We're flying to Dallas. We're about an hour into the flight. We just had some food. Yeah, we're gonna go into land. I'm gonna see my dad, which I'm really excited about.
You supposed to be sweating that much?
I haven't seen him in about a year. We talk a lot on the phone, but I haven't been with him. Talmadge is right behind me. I need to check in to see what he's eating to make sure his plasma's okay. All right, so I'll see you guys 2 hours. We'll be landing. I'll see you in Dallas.
It's Dallas, the home of the steel drum.
We just arrived in Dallas, waiting to find out where our baggage claim is going to be. Don't know if the bags made it through. The plasma did. We smuggled it inside of each of us, so that was good.
Oh God, I'm so creeped out by this whole thing. Oh, why is this a real thing?
I'll drive.
My name is Brian. I'll be your driver today.
This is Dad. Wow. Dad, you look amazing.
I think that's the first time my son and my father and I have all hugged together. That was a beautiful moment that I won't never forget.
Yeah.
Where do you want?
Yeah, go ahead next to Talmadge.
Okay, bad boy.
I wonder what the dad's stance on the church is. Is he still a part of it? Interesting. I want to know that dynamic.
I get a lot of meanness directed towards me for Project Blueprint. It does something special to just get under people's skins. They seem to just boil and they want to just...
Under our skins. I mean, you gotta be honest with yourself, Brian. Like, as much as you need to be honest with yourself, you know, physical health, you gotta know your cringe level. Your cringe levels are off the charts, okay? You gotta know that. You're posting maternity photos with your dad and son. Like, you know, people are gonna say something.
Just unleash on me. I do have to confess, I do love it. All right, let's do the first one.
Okay, good.
I hope he gets hit by a bus. The thing on this though, I wonder what happens if a bus gets hit by me? Maybe he...
It's not, that's mean. That's very mean of that person to say, but it's funny because it's like, he's spending millions of dollars on his health. It's like, what if he just gets hit by a bus? So I understand the joke there, okay?
Chokes on a piece of broccoli or mushroom. This is actually legit. There's there's so much irony in life, and if I were to die, it would probably be choking on broccoli.
He probably, you know, he blends everything that he eats, so I think he's thought of that actually.
Good comment.
Hey.
We arrived at the hotel, and the remaining thing we have to do is get pictures. There's only 20 minutes.
Once again, whoever filmed this, shot this, edited this, so good. So good. Good pacing. Love it.
Minutes of sunlight left, and also my bedtime is fast approaching, and I just don't negotiate with my bedtime, ever.
And actually go, physically go. Pull him up, pull him up. Woo! Richard, I appreciate you.
So this is behind the scene of the maternity prom shoot. I feel like the dad is a pretty, like the grandpa is a pretty good sport. And so is the teen, actually, honestly. Like, if my parents had some wacky idea like this, I would be like, I don't want to participate. But the fact that they're in on it and like, cool, we're good to go. We will do this photo shoot with you. We will be on camera with you. Like, it's kind of sweet in its weird way. Yeah. What if it was me? Like, yeah, whoever did this needs to be hired immediately. Like, this is my whole reverse marketing plan.
Cool, you look great. Dad, you want to take center?
If you had to summarize, what would you say?
You can think about this as things an individual can do to be healthy and well. We typically think about it as an individual doing something, but rarely this intimate of a setting where you're exchanging biofluids in a way that's meaningfully going to impact your body.
I feel like today that pool experience was like, like any complications, the humor, everything that was sand, like everything that went with it. It was just like the culmination of all those factors that made it one of those experiences that were like, shit, that was awesome.
Yeah.
It's his greatest project, his everything, that he's throwing everything in, and a son that adopts that, and then me being able to participate. Yeah, that's kind of where my mind is.
Like I guess the experience itself, I have no idea what's gonna happen, but I'm excited.
I'm just grateful that we're connected as a family. We're ready for the next day. I also feel equal anxiety for tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be difficult in a different.
God, I have like, I know I have problems, but like even seeing like someone's parent hug them, I'm like, oh, wow, so sweet. I wish I had that. Oh my God, so sad. Okay, sorry.
Way. We don't know how Talmadge and my dad are going to respond. We don't know if the exchanges are going to go over well. We don't know if there's going to be complications and unforeseen side effects. So I'm equally relieved and equally anxious about tomorrow.
Okay, good night, guys.
Night.
See you.
Pound it.
Yeah.
Noggin.
It's like now we're about to go get crystal meth and ruin my dad's blood. Let's do it. Okay, it's not funny either, but come on, like a little bit. Maybe.
See ya.
Hypothetically. Or maybe just eating like a full Snickers bar or something.
What? The plasma just got decorated. Love flows from the heart.
I guess it's really the vein, but this is amazing.
Huh? Okay, so he's like, wow, a surprise. And the surprise is that the bus, the van that's taking them to this blood transfusion place is decorated with streamers and some sort of stickers. Why?
What? The plasma just got decorated. Love flows from the heart.
I guess it's really the vein, but this is amazing. A long, healthy
Why?
life united by the beauties of biology and not divided by the tribalism, destruction, and violence of the mind.
He's so intense. My
Hey, good
God.
morning.
Relax.
This is Dad. This is Chris.
Hi, Chris. How are you? Nice to meet you. Did you say, where's the old guy? Is that what he said? Hey.
Does anyone know where this place is? Any Dallasonians in the house? Does anyone know where this spot is? Anyone?
I felt like she said one thing and then said the complete opposite.
That was a random pull.
You ever done a multi-generational exchange?
Never.
So Father Johnson, how are you feeling today?
Absolutely spectacular.
Did you eat a good breakfast?
No, he didn't feed me. He's over there eating the blueprint, and he gives me a muffin.
Well, I'm going to bring you some candy bars. Is that okay?
You're my new best friend. Thank you.
Plasma exchanges have been going on electively for probably about the past 8 to 10 years. More often, people have used plasma transfusions and young plasma for hair regeneration, so injecting into the scalp. If you think about it, people have been donating plasma since the 50s and 60s. It's beneficial for the donor as well as the recipient.
All right, well, Talmadge will be up first.
Who's that guy? The owner of the place? Or just a random dude?
Is that cool?
Okay, everyone, look away, I guess, if you're queasy.
One liter out, 1 liter in for me, 1 liter out for me, liter into Dad. So I mean, I guess it's, yeah, with Talmadge, you know, he's been on Blueprint for 2 years now with me, and we do all of our blood work together. And you're right, like if you look at the results of our blood work, we're almost indistinguishable.
I could be a part of a blueprint therapy that would help reverse my age and my dad's age and my grandpa's age all at the same time. And so I was ecstatic to have that opportunity to be a part of that.
That's me in a bag.
That's a nice looking bag.
Normally this filter is filled with all kinds of junk that your blood has.
God, I would never be this type. I'm sorry. I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't want to go anywhere. I'm like, I'll go, obviously, if I need to, but I'm not going to voluntarily be like, sign me up, shoot me up with stuff, take stuff out of me. Nope. Nope. I'll only do it if I have to. I'm not volunteering anything.
It's inside of it, but this is completely clean, and there's usually something in there, but there's nothing in here.
I created this human. He's now almost 18 years old. We're now doing this together. I never imagined in my entire life this kind of relationship with my child.
Yeah. Maybe that's for the best. I never imagined that I would be in a really creepy scenario with my son. I mean, but in there, I think, okay, in the creepy way, I'm like joking, but I think this is like like it probably is nice for them. It's a bonding experience. I mean, he is benefiting from using his child's blood though, so it's a little weird, but I guess it's better than like not being in his life at all, potentially, because it seems like the divorce may have been a little bit contentious based on that statement that he made earlier. So I will say, like, good for you. Like, everyone's got a different family, but also, yeah, just still a little odd that this is the way you guys spend time together, but, you know, okay.
Thanks for the plasma.
No worries.
All right, Dad.
No worries.
Get down here. Let me give you a hug. Start out of there.
I don't want to ruin your needle.
No, you're not going to ruin my needle.
There are parallels in my childhood and also Talmadge's childhood. My parents divorced when I was 3 years old. My father was understood as this ostracized, outcast person. He didn't help himself with some of the struggles he had in his life, where as a child, and I'm trying to process who my dad is and what he's doing, and this is not a judgment on my father. He's had his own life journey. That's fine. Ironically, I lived a similar version with my children.
You know, Bryan has been a...
That's how it happens, man. That's how it happens. We repeat our patterns, not even knowing it. Unless you listen to self-help gurus. That's the only way to break the cycle. Just kidding. Go to therapy, I'm telling you. We talk about this stuff all the time. It's very enlightening.
Magnificent kid. Through the problems that I had, he was always the one that would reach out. But, you know, there's still that hurt. And so Bryan now went through where he faced physical symptoms, everything, in his reconciliation. And he had to pull himself apart. And so as he's gone through that process, then he's been able to look at me and say, I get it. You know, it was not an act of cruelty, misjudgment, you know, lack of character. And
hold on, Grandpa, hold on. What are you talking about? What did you? I need to hear this a little bit clear. She's like, they're kind of vaguely talking about, I'm assuming, the divorce they're talking about. I feel like this is sort of the sad reason as to why he is trying to stay immortal, because maybe he had some physical symptoms of like stress or anxiety as a kid. It all comes down to your parents. Now it's making sense. Okay.
Children. You know, Bryan has been a magnificent kid.
Bryan has been a magnificent kid. Okay.
The problems that I had, he was always the one that would reach out. But, you know, there's still that hurt. And so Bryan now went through where he faced physical symptoms, everything, in his reconciliation. And he had to pull himself apart.
I'm missing that part even on the second playing of like his physical symptoms and then reconciliation with who? Them?
And so as he's gone through that process, then he's been able to look at me and say, I get it. You know, it was not an act of cruelty, misjudgment, you know, lack of character. And so that has resulted in what I see as this kind of unification where we get each other, you know.
I guess he's a politician because that didn't make sense. Word salad a little bit. I don't think he was meaning to say it like that, perhaps. Like maybe it made sense to him, but I'm like, I'm not following Grandpa. Grandpa! What? Excuse me? Emma. Thank you so much, Emma. Emma chose a pair character turning around while waving his hand saying, "Hey, you." Hey, you, while lowering his glasses. Wow. That is descriptive. Craig, what do you think?
This is so good.
Dean, what do you think? Actually, Dean's counterpart, what do you think? What do you think about Bryan so far?
This man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time.
Wow. It's quite the statement there. Heidi, what do you think?
I'm gonna smash your phone.
Okay, that is off topic. Rachel, final thoughts?
I eat so clean.
Not as clean as Bryan, I bet. Thanks, Emma. Okay, back to it. We're almost done.
We're talking church stuff.
Oh, is that right?
That was odd.
Don't pull it down. Love you, Dad.
Yeah, love you. What a great experience. You feel the love?
Yes.
All right.
When we got back in the bus, the mood had changed. We all felt like a team, even though it was Talmadge, myself, and my...
So what happened? Are they healed? Like, what happened? Are they stronger? Are they going to do any testing? What was the point of that?
My dad doing the plasma exchange. Everyone there was now invested in this relationship, and we all were in a celebratory mood, and it felt like family.
All right, well, today we're at the end of our epic adventure, the multi-generational plasma exchange. Dad needs to catch his flight. Talmadge and I are going to go have a celebratory party. Amazing day. Thanks for coming along for the ride with us. See you. Text us when you check in, okay?
Look at that stud walking off in the distance. He must feel good with this new plasma. People are gonna start staring, go like, who's this dude?
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
This trip was remarkable. It honestly exceeded my expectations in every possible way. The multi-generational plasma, it was a first in the world to ever be done. Also, it was an emotional experience for Talmadge, my dad, and I. We were able to reconcile. We were divided by the mind and we were unified by our biology, and it was sweet.
Okay, so what they're saying, and I wish they would go into detail because I think it would be interesting and actually possibly like a humanizing experience. And I hate saying that humanizing because these people are humans, but like he kind of, like I said, is like a androidish, cyborgish kind of guy. And I'm sure it does. I'm sure this is a response, like his whole blueprint, I'm going to be, the healthiest man that's ever walked the earth, here's the proof, is a response from something in his childhood. I would just assume that based on the extremeness of it. But they're cutting a lot of it out, it seems. Like I'm missing the context. And I guess what they're saying is like, okay, we went to go get our blood together. And during that, we connected because we were talking about religion and talking about something. But they didn't share that with us. And that's fine. But it's also like, that's the stuff I want to see. That's the stuff I'm interested in as a consumer. I don't give a shit about blood transfusions and all that. Like I want to know your dad's relationship and you and like what that means to you and Mormons and your son and all of that. But, I guess we will never know. In a documentary, I don't need it on social media.
Sweet and caring and loving, and it was just one of the most beautiful experiences of my entire life. I'm appreciative that we are able to do this on a journey with you, and hope you enjoyed it. All right, now for one last bit, for the 100,000th subscriber, I will give you 1 liter of my plasma. Subscribe below. Just kidding.
Good joke there, Bryan. Okay. And he has, let's see how many subs he has. He has 246,000. So, I think someone just got something in the mail. And they're scared. All right. So now, that was interesting. There was no conclusion. What was changed? No one knows. Why did they do it? No one knows. Why do we care? Because it's weird. And maybe the photos are because of that. But now we're going to move on to a woman in his life, she's currently a woman. I was going to say former woman, his former girlfriend. And they have quite the tumultuous tale to tell. So basically, they were dating. Okay, let me just read the article. It's short. It's not like a whole thing. Okay. So the long and short of it, as they say, right? That's a saying, right? That they were dating and she got cancer and apparently, allegedly, he dumped her. Like, I don't deal with disease, obviously. Bryan Johnson is the healthiest man alive, according to him. So, I guess maybe he's afraid that he's going to catch something, or they had a relationship that was bad and this is an excuse. I don't know. But the headline here being tech mogul Bryan Johnson, who spends $2 million a year for an 18-year-old body, cheated on and dumped fiance after she got breast cancer. Now, where did they get this information from? A lawsuit, which is the interesting part to me, because the cheating and the leaving is one thing. Obviously not good. Makes him look like an asshole. The lawsuit, though, is the part where I'm like, huh? You can sue for that? I need to go to court. No, I'm just kidding. But here's the basics, and then we'll talk about who she is. And she's also kind of interesting, which makes sense. Okay, the aging tech mogul who spends $2 million a year to get an 18-year-old body was a serial cheater who dumped his fiancée while she was undergoing breast cancer treatments, according to a bombshell lawsuit filed by his jilted lover. Okay, Bryan Johnson made headlines. Okay, we already knew that. Oh, here's a little detail I did not see before. Bryan Johnson, 45, made headlines last month with his pricey regimen of exercise, special diet, and even being hooked up to a machine that counts the number of his nighttime erections. Okay. Somebody call Matthew McConaughey. But his former Flame TV actress Taryn Southern alleged in a complaint that the multimillionaire forced her to accept his philandering lifestyle and kicked her out of their Los Angeles home after her cancer diagnosis. Okay, so she filed a lawsuit in 2021. She claims that Johnson was manipulative and controlling during their 3-year relationship, and it ended in 2019. Johnson, in return, accuses Southern of attempting to extort him by threatening to make outlandish and salacious allegations about him in public forums unless he paid her exorbitant demands. Now, I sort of can, but I don't know anything about her. Here she is. I don't know anything about her personality, about who she is as a person, but those claims, I mean, filing a lawsuit against your boyfriend because you break up, and I don't know, like, to me, just on first blush, I have not read through the whole lawsuit. It's sort of like, you're not married, but, like, can you, like, I'm sort of finding it hard to go, yeah, she's owed her money, but, I could be wrong. When reached by the Post on Thursday, a lawyer for Southern declined to comment. Okay. Southern, who has made guest appearances on Rules of Engagement, New Girl, and American Dad, moved in with Johnson 4 months after they first met. Well, red flag number 1. 4 months is short.
This situation is a red flag.
They met first in 2016 and they got engaged in 2018. Okay. But the romance with a divorced fitness nut turned rocky. So I guess he was divorced. Southern claims Johnson pressured her into letting him have sex with other women despite her repeated requests for monogamy. She also alleged Johnson had flings with more than a dozen women during the relationship, paid for prostitutes, and pursued women through sugar daddy apps. Okay, I can, as a judgment based on watching him and seeing his Instagram, I can believe that, I think. Very eccentric person. Johnson, who made his fortune by selling payment processing firm Braintree Payment Solutions to eBay for $800 million in cash, demanded Southern, quote, share a full list of her past sexual partners with him and describe the sexual acts that took place, according to the lawsuit. Johnson claimed he needed to know her past exploits because he was concerned about suffering any reputational risk as a result of her having been with or dated other men. Okay, but he could go and do whatever he wants. That's fair. Even though he had been dating and sleeping with a myriad number of women after his divorce and before meeting her, says the court filing, his fanatical insistence on privacy required Southern to communicate with him only via the private messenger app Signal, where he could set messages to disappear in order to limit records of his communications. Johnson was also alleged to have used a number of burner phones. More pictures of her. Southern provided companionship as well as an intellectual and professional services for various business projects. I mean, I don't know. That's the part where I'm like, were you at dinner and like talking about work and now you're like, that's professional services? I don't know. I'm on the camp that's like, come on, like, let's be real. But, you know, I don't know. She helped Johnson with the development and marketing of his personal brand, assistance with a documentary about the brain he hoped to finance, marketing efforts for his children's book. Of course, they all have children's books for some reason. Advice and insights on several venture investments, and the development and execution of branding and marketing initiatives for his self-finance company, Colonel, and that's the brain helmet scanning company. Johnson had agreed to provide lifelong financial support to Southern, though he reneged once she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Johnson is alleged to have told Southern that she became a net negative and a bad deal for him. I mean, I can also see him saying that because it sounds like something he would say based on his discipline of like what he eats in a day. As part of the couple's separation, the lawsuit alleges that Johnson breached an express oral or implied agreement whereby he would pay $149,000 towards her living and moving expenses in exchange for Ms. Southern's promise to start looking for a new place to live as soon as possible. And here's a totally normal man standing in his living room or his kitchen. Nothing weird about this at all. Southern is seeking unspecified damages from Johnson. Johnson's attorney filed court papers claiming that Southern signed 3 contracts with her former fiancé, which contained mandatory arbitration provisions that require adjudicating the case out of the California court system. In court papers, Johnson's lawyers accused her of violating the terms of her written contracts that stipulated any disputes be settled through the arbitration process. Now on at least her 3rd set of lawyers, Southern has turned to the court system in an attempt to disparage Mr. Johnson into relenting. Mr. Johnson refuses to be extorted, their lawyers wrote. The proper forum for airing these baseless grievances and resolving Mr. Johnson's forthcoming claims against Southern for her misconduct and violation of her contracts is arbitration. Okay. Johnson gained notoriety after he revealed he pays a team of 30 doctors and regenerative health experts to oversee his extreme wellness regimen. His goal is to eventually never die. No, I'm just kidding. His goal is to eventually have all of his major organs, including his brain, liver, kidneys, teeth, skin, hair, penis, and rectum, most importantly, I added that part, functioning as if he was in his late teens. Okay, so what do we think here? Are we on vote now? Are you team, what's her name? Southern's her last name. What's her first name? Taryn. Are you team Taryn or team Bryan? Or should we just like not pick sides? Is that unfair to do? That we should just love each other? Love each other until there's court. Until we have to go to court, we can love each other. Okay, so let's see who Taryn is. She has her own personal brand, as we know. Now they kind of talked about her as like a TV person, which she is, but she also has a deep fascination, so it seems, and I don't know if it started with Bryan or was before, but with AI and like science fiction, or not science fiction, science stuff, and like she's doing a documentary. So it's interesting. Let's see. Let's pull up her YouTube account. Okay, she's definitely like galactic. That's the vibe. Galactic, I'm getting. And she was recently, I believe, on Good Morning America or one of the news programs for her voice, turning my voice into Katy Perry. Now, she's the chief storytelling officer at Black Rock Neuro. She's an AI artist, strategist, and speaker, director of I Am Human film, and an angel investor with a like DNA sign. Oh, thank you, AJ Kemper. Thank you so much. AJ Kemper says, please tell Tara. Tara? That's from AJ Kemper, okay?
Super freaking privilege.
What do you have to say in return? She's breathing through her nose. Very, very interestingly. Here you go. What else do you have to say? Anything? Just purrs. She says just purrs. And then she also said,
what happened to dinosaurs?
Tara wants to know. Thank you, AG, thank you. Okay, I see Team Taryn. I see, what else? Team Bryan, all the way down. Team New Editor. Team Plasma. Team No One. Okay, let's go to her website too. So here she is creating a revolution in music. This is from May 12th, so just a couple weeks ago or last week. A few weeks ago, I sat down with NBC News to walk through the creation of an AI track from the ground up. The track, lyrics, and vocals all utilize the following tools: ChatGPT for the lyrics, something for musical composition, Google Collab for vocal style, and Music Gateway for mastering. So now you can make AI music.
And the controversial next frontier in music, artificial intelligence writing songs on its own and then mimicking the voices of popular artists. Steve Patterson now on the musicians fighting back.
It was the latest smash hit track from mega artist Drake and The Weeknd, until we all learned it wasn't. It's artificial intelligence. Anonymous creator Ghostwriter997 says he generated the artist's voices.
So he made a fake song using Drake's voice, using AI. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know how she pops in. But here she is. She's a judge for Docuthon, a competition looking for storytellers to tell the incredible story of one company's quest to discover, design, and deliver life-saving medications using generative AI. Okay, here's something.
There are a million ways to capture attention, but only a handful of ways to actually convert that attention into impact.
The master of all things digital, our social media sensation, Taryn Southern, everybody.
It all started when I traveled the world to meet my MySpace friends. I went on to host some of the...
What? She traveled the world to see her MySpace friends. Okay.
First ever digital live streams and TV shows.
Taryn Southern here, live and direct from the 64th Annual Golden Globe Awards. I'm so excited. The show is trending nationwide right now on Twitter.
Yeah. Then I started a YouTube channel.
Hey, we've dated, haven't we?
I was seeing an interesting window of opportunity.
I've made more than 1,500 internet videos. Like it or not, attention is the new form of currency. I'm Taryn Southern, you're watching Do Not Disturb.
Can I please shoot my talk show in your apartment?
Who funds YouTube? This is what I don't understand. Is this do my taxes pay for your show?
Hey guys, I am at VRLA. The people in this room are very much like the early creators on YouTube, questioning the status quo, building new tools and platforms to build the foundation.
I mean, I like her better than like Mel Robbins. At least she has some sort of, like actual something to say. So it seems, it's like she's got a niche and she's sticking to it. I can, think that's sort of interesting.
For a better future. So what happens when our tools become more sophisticated? Welcome to the future of storytelling.
You are something very unique. You are a singer-songwriter who's working with AI to make music.
It says in partnership with an artificial intelligence company.
I sometimes liken
She composed the world's first pop album with AI.
My storytelling process to scientist in residence, in the sense that I actively experiment with the technology that I'm telling the story about. It became a really collaborative process with some of these companies, and one that had a lot of unexpected results.
She just released what's said to be the first album co-written and co-produced by artificial intelligence. To make the album, Taryn used several different types of AI software.
The first time we've talked about where it composes music.
In this instance, I see AI as a collaborative tool.
Working with AI has changed my creative process, and it will absolutely transform the music industry in really exciting ways.
No one will have a career anymore, except for me. This is long.
We are on set of I Am Human.
Congrats on the film. I Am Human is coming to the Tribeca Film Festival.
So she likes, so I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but she likes tech, she likes AI, she's a fan of it, and she's supportive of it, and there you go. Here's her AI.
So this weekend, I decided to use AI to create professional looking headshots, and well, the results are disturbing. Say hello to the newest cast member of Real Housewives, Beverly Hills. And the next contestant on Dancing with the Stars, also with too much filler in her face. Is there something in my
Okay, cool. She's a boss. Not a boss babe, she's just a boss. Okay, so there you go. Collaborating with robots. She's making AI stuff. She's making whatever. She seems, fairly normal. So, okay, let's start going through, and we can maybe watch a video if we want to on her YouTube channel. She's got a bunch of stuff on YouTube. Yeah, she got the cancer thing. She survived cancer 2 years ago, and that's a big part of this story. So maybe we watch, I don't know if you want to watch it. I'm sort of cancered out, to be honest. After listening to Medical Medium and Jesse Lee and stuff, I'm like, okay, I need a little break. Let's start reading through the juicy details. I love when, public or, secret feuds, divorces and things become public consumption. But I just think it's so bizarre that this is like, and I don't know which side to lean on or side with at this point, but I feel like if you're not married, there's not much you can really do. But maybe I'm not rich. I mean, maybe I'm definitely not, but maybe rich world, if you date someone that says like, I'll pay for your dinner, and they don't, you can sue them in court. Okay, so here you go. So Taryn Southern, an early pioneer, and I feel like also like she knew this was going to be on the news, probably, perhaps. So there's a lot of like, she is like kind of like that video was, which is, boastful, not necessarily wrong in any way, but just very much like the way this is worded. It's like, she's the only woman to ever be successful at anything, is how it can read. Okay, so it says Taryn Southern, an early pioneer at creating and monetizing popular content on YouTube, made her way into the entertainment industry by writing, producing, and selling her content and ideas to digital and traditional television networks, while also working as a television personality, actor, and innovative content creator. Okay, so is this a cover letter or is this a lawsuit? By 2016, Ms. Southern was well recognized as a successful entertainment figure, young, ambitious, and hardworking. Ms. Southern was also gaining credibility in the tech industry and on pace to become one of the youngest female leaders at the intersection of media and emerging technology. With an upward career trajectory and an increasing earning potential, Ms. Southern stood to make millions. Okay, I guess. I mean, technically, everyone sort of could, right? Like, yeah, I stand to make millions too. Right, guys? In 2016, Bryan Johnson was a wealthy yet lesser known. This is just petty drama, I feel like. This is just petty.
This person is not okay.
Okay. So the lawsuit says, Bryan Johnson was a wealthy yet lesser known entrepreneur who yearned for public recognition. When he met Miss Southern, he saw an intelligent, attractive, skillful young woman who had the means to find an audience for his ideas and increase his media exposure and popularity. He immediately swept Miss Southern off her feet, expressing apparent sincerity in his desire to become lifelong partners. They moved in together within 4 months of meeting, and by March 2018, the happy couple were engaged to be married. However, a lifelong partnership with defendant Johnson came with a steep price. While repeatedly telling Miss Southern to stop worrying about money and promising to take care of her for the rest of her life, defendant Johnson demanded Miss Southern's devotion of her time and creative energy to his personal needs and professional aspirations. Now, I don't disagree that he would take a lot of time to deal with as a partner, I would imagine. So, demand, I don't know, could you leave? I don't know. That's hard to say. But like, again, this is a lawsuit, not just like who is right and who is wrong morally. It's like, pay me for this, which is a little weird. Although Miss Southern had initial misgivings about working for defendant Johnson, she genuinely believed that he loved her and that he intended to keep his promises. As a result, and in reliance on defendant Johnson's repeated assurances, Miss Southern made decisions that hurt her own career and left her financially dependent on Bryan, such that by October 2019, when he demanded that she move out of the home they shared for 3 years, while she was in active treatment for stage 3 breast cancer, okay, messed up, she had no independent source of steady income to support her living and medical expenses. This just, again, seems like messy drama. Defendant Johnson then took advantage of Miss Southern's weakened and vulnerable state and repeatedly leveraged his power and financial control over Miss Southern to try to get her to give up her rights and the promises she was entitled to, financial security and stability in the future, and specifically to share in the anticipated success of his startup company, HILLC, doing business as Colonel, which Miss Southern directly and indirectly helped grow. When Miss Southern pushed back, defendant Johnson resorted to threats, coercion, and manipulation to get her to submit to his demands. Again, like, what's the rules here? Like, you're dating, you're not married. You've maybe said, like, hey, I don't know, where does it become like, pickup? Like, I just said that so that she would, be my girlfriend. I didn't actually mean that I was going to, like, financially support her forever. I mean, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying, like, isn't that what the marriage is supposed to sort of guarantee legally, that you're going into a partnership together? Miss Southern had endured defendant Johnson's pattern of manipulative and coercive behavior throughout the relationship. However, once in cancer treatment, when aggressive treatments like chemotherapy, radiation, antibody infusions, and targeted therapies left her emotionally and physically vulnerable, defendant Johnson saw his opportunity to force Miss Southern under an intense and targeted campaign of physical, emotional, and financial distress to execute an agreement that purported to silence Miss Southern and curtail her entitlement to financial support and payment of outstanding debts and equity in Colonel. I also think if you don't get that in writing, what's the case here? What's your percentage stake in Colonel? There should be a documentation for that, no? The law does not condone such outrageous conduct, and Miss Southern brings this action to remedy the substantial harm defendant Johnson has caused. At all times herein, plaintiff Taryn Southern is, okay, so she lived in Los Angeles, he lived in Los Angeles. Okay, so then they're showing that, okay. Miss Southern is informed and believes and thereon alleges that each DOE defendant is in some manner legally responsible in some manner for the events and occurrences referred to herein and proximately cause injuries and damages. Thereby, Ms. Southern has alleged to this complaint. Okay. This is just like legalese stuff. Okay. Now they're showing a case, Marvin versus Marvin from 1976. That's supposed to be relevant in this. Okay. And then they're talking about they're going to do it. Okay, further, the action is properly classified, so they're looking for an unlimited civil case because the amount in controversy, excluding attorney's fees, costs, interest, and punitive damages, exceeds $25,000. Okay, now we get into the biography section here, which again is like, what is the point of this? I've never seen a lawsuit like this, but I don't read lawsuits that often, to be fair. Taryn Southern was born and raised in Wichita, Kansas. From an early age, she expressed an interest in the arts. At the age of 17, she competed in the 3rd season of American Idol, making it to the semifinals. After being offered an academic scholarship to the University of Miami, Miss Southern graduated summa cum laude in just 2 years with degrees in digital media and anthropology. At 20 years old, Miss Southern moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in entertainment. Passionate about the intersection of entertainment and technology, Ms. Southern became a pioneering content creator and comedian on YouTube, earning more than 750 million views across her content, which is not, I mean, it's high for sure, but for the length of her career, it's not that high because I feel like, I don't know. Like, I don't have that anywhere close to that, but I've also only been doing it for like 3 years, coming up on 3 years in a little bit. And it's in the millions of views. So if you're doing it for years and years and years, I would hope that it would get that high. But okay. Ms. Southern accomplished something that many YouTube creators couldn't do. She deftly maneuvered between digital and traditional entertainment industries, not just as an actor, but as an innovator, comedian, writer, digital strategist, producer, and director. In 2007, she was the youngest female to ever host and produce her own show, which sold to DirecTV. What was the show? I'm going to have to look that up. In 2008, Ms. Southern wrote and produced her first comedic musical web series, which was released across various media platforms and later sold to MTV. What was it called? In addition to her recurring roles and guest appearances in popular television shows like Rules of Engagement, New Girl, American Dad, The League, Guys with Kids, The X Factor, to name a few, Ms. Southern also released a comedy album which reached number 20 on the iTunes comedy chart and was recognized as a new and noteworthy artist by Billboard. They're really trying to make this person sound like she deserves money. I don't get it. Am I being mean here? I'm confused. By 2016, Ms. Southern had produced more than 1,500 pieces of digital content, sold shows to networks like DirecTV, MTV, and Maker Studios, and also very impressive, I will say. Wrote contributing articles to Business Insider and TechCrunch, and produced campaigns for companies like Marriott, Condé Nast, MovieTickets.com, Today Show, Snapchat, and more. If she continued down this path, Ms. Southern was on pace to becoming a powerful female voice in this growing intersection of technology and media. I'm like, maybe, of course, entertainment careers can succeed or not. I mean, they're very, what's the word? I don't know, up and down. Bryan Johnson, a loser asshole. No, that's not what it says. Bryan Johnson, an entrepreneur and venture capitalist, was best known for founding Braintree, a company which specialized in mobile and web payment systems, and which was acquired by PayPal for $800 million in 2013. In early 2016, Johnson also founded Kernel, a company with the initial purpose of building hardware and software to augment human intelligence, but later evolved its focus to monitoring and recording brain activity. Johnson also had 3 young children from a prior marriage that was dissolved on or about 2014. So then, 2 years later, they meet. In 2016, she was already a well-established entertainment figure, while he longed for recognition and media exposure around his ideas. Johnson was disappointed for not receiving the recognition he felt he deserved and felt discouraged by perceived slights from the powerful tech tycoons of Silicon Valley. Okay, prove that in court, I guess. Southern would be his key to building an engaged audience around both his personal brand and mission to quantify and evolve the human brain. Okay, to be fair, he also had $800 million to help with that campaign, to be honest. It's sort of, I don't know, not to say she didn't help, but it's sort of silly to say she was the only way he could have hired any agent PR firm in the world with $800 million. I hate to say that. Okay. On their first date. Okay, so we're going to first date. First date territory ended up in this lawsuit. On their first date in June 2016, Ms. Southern and defendant Johnson realized they shared many passions and interests. Woo. Defendant Johnson was particularly impressed with Ms. Southern's upbeat energy, sense of humor, and unique ambitions. He told Southern that he loved the way her brain worked and appreciated her self-made success. At the end of the date, defendant Johnson told Ms. Southern that he felt an intense desire to take care of her. Okay, very weird. In the weeks that followed, Johnson moved quickly to romance Miss Southern, telling her that he fantasized about them being married, even referring to her as Mrs. Johnson on several occasions, sweeping her off on romantic getaways on his private jet and making immediate plans to start building a life and future together. Within 1 month of dating, he introduced her to his 3 minor children who live with his ex-wife in Virginia and flew her to Colorado to meet with his concierge doctor. Flew her to Colorado to meet with his concierge doctor to be placed on an expensive, personalized wellness plan for which he would pay for the next 3 years, explaining that her health was a top priority because he wanted her around forever. God, rich people are so weird. I'm sorry to say, they're so weird. Defendant Johnson also immediately sought Southern's help with his personal and professional initiatives. By August 2016, he explicitly asked Miss Southern to work with him on various projects, starting with the development and marketing of his personal brand, assistance with a documentary about the brain he hoped to finance, marketing efforts for his children's book, advice and insights on several venture investments, and the development and execution of branding marketing for his self-finance company, Kernel. Okay. In September 2016, after having worked well together in these early months, the couple decided to pool their resources. That is, Johnson's financial resources and I'm sorry. I'm being so anti-feminist right now. I'm sorry. Defendant's financial resources and Miss Southern's emotional support, organizational and planning skills, and intellectual professional services and move in together. It's a stretch, right? It's a stretch, right? Okay. In October 2016, after a search for the perfect rental by Miss Southern, the couple moved into the property. Okay, and they literally list the address. Don't go there. In Venice, California. Okay. So it says, in exchange for Miss Southern's emotional support and substantial intellectual professional contributions, Defendant Johnson promises to share in profits from Kernel's eventual success, to financially support Miss Southern's career goals and future aspirations, and to take care of Miss Southern for the rest of her life. I mean, I feel like I'm owed money by some ex-boyfriends. I was like very emotionally supportive. I need to start filing the paperwork. Okay. So the two of them lived in their Venice residence over the next 3 years. During that time, Bryan made promises to his girlfriend. Okay, shocking. He promised that 1, she would share in the eventual financial success of Kernel. 2, he would provide financial support to further advance her career. 3, he would take care of her financially and medically for the rest of her life. In exchange, Defendant Johnson expected, and Southern provided, her companionship, emotional support, intellectual and professional services, planned trips, vacations, hosted social engagements, and acted as liaison between Bryan, his assistants, and generally the outside world. Okay, that's kind of weird. These agreements, whether made verbally or implied by conduct between non-maritable cohabitating partners, are enforceable. Hey, I think I have some claims to make. In order to provide the kind of companionship and support Johnson expected, Southern had to take a back seat to advancing her own career goals and future objectives and forego proper and adequate compensation for all the professional services she rendered. There was simply no room for Southern to pursue her own independent career when she was living with him. Not only did she have to work around the clock to meet his mounting needs, okay, sorry. That was too far. Maybe. Both personally and professionally. He also pressed Southern to turn down outside work opportunities and social engagements that he deemed too small, distracting, or not aligned with his mission. This including pushing her to remove dozens of her most popular monetized YouTube videos, allegedly because they are not aligned with his public image. I wonder what they were. Regretfully, Southern slowly stopped pitching shows and creating YouTube content and let go of contractors who had been working for her production company for several years, setting aside a lucrative avenue for income. Southern also took on far more work for Johnson than was initially contemplated. In addition to media and communication strategy services, she was contracted to do for the film they were working on and his company. She also wrote and edited dozens of Bryan's personal speeches, newsletters, and blog posts, created and edited his personal keynote presentations, filmed and photographed him giving talks, organized work-related photo shoots, accompanied him on work trips and meetings, searched for and evaluated new office space with his realtor, cooked him dinner one time, opened the door for him. Okay, sorry. It just seems crazy. What else did she do? Search for and evaluate new office space with his realtor, evaluated and advised him on venture investments in the media space, hired an Academy Award nominated director and production company for their documentary, and later oversaw all creative production, accounting, legal on the film project after being forced to take over as director. Wow. She developed ideas for series and podcasts personally about Bryan, provided input and services on the earliest stages of his book, introduced him to valuable contacts within the media and tech industries, provided input. It's almost like they say like tit for tat, or like keeping the score in a relationship. She really did, say, I did all of this at all times. This is why you owe me money. Okay. So what else? Invaluable contacts. Okay. Provided input on campaigns he sought to do outside of his company. And it says block Facebook. Like she blocked people on Facebook for him. Provided administrative support, image licensing, and editorial services for his YouTube channel, website, Facebook, Wikipedia, and other public pages. Okay. Work-related search for venues for work-related dinners. Wrote and managed his personal social media posts. Created a personal brand building guide. Assisted him with wardrobe and other personal branding decisions, and consulted on many of his personal and professional decisions. As his girlfriend and later fiance, she devoted her free time almost exclusively to helping him on the personal front. She spent time searching for and viewing both rental and forever homes, planned and organized dozens of trips, organized and hosted personal photo shoots, parties, and dinners, worked with an interior designer to decorate his Virginia home, acted as a liaison between his assistants. Oh my God, I don't know. Planned weekends with his children and interfaced with his team on external public relations. Okay, so given their hybrid relationship, Johnson said, don't worry about the money, focus on the bigger picture, because at the end of the day, he was committed to a lifelong partnership, but he didn't propose. So that remains to be seen. And, okay, she did not seek compensation or any other kind of reimbursement for all the personal and professional services she provided. Well, because she was living in the house, I'm assuming, like living a lavish lifestyle. She even sold her rental property in 2017, which she always intended to use as supplemental income. Well, why would you do that? After several conversations with Johnson about how the upkeep and management of that property detracted much of her attention, it was not really a worthy investment. Thus, he discouraged her from lifelong financial security. Okay. So he's a jerk. She wants money. Okay.
Okay. Colt.
Oh, welcome, Lindsay. Thank you. Angela Arnold, I missed your thing again. I'm sorry, unless it's coming in now. Says,
okay. Colt.
Oh yeah, okay, it came in now. And then everyone clapped. Yeah, that's getting those vibes.
I do not give a fuck.
You had a YouTube channel? Cool. I don't know. Okay, so here's like the tragic part and the sad part, but still, I mean, as sad as it is, it's like kind of like, I don't know, you do it like, as a woman or as any person in any relationship, I think it's completely insane to not think that that's always, maybe it's just my like overreactive brain, but like at any turn, you should kind of be prepared. Like this could end. I don't have a ring on my finger. This is not a legal document. Anything could transpire. He's like delivering a lot of promises here. Be rational. Have your side thing. If you don't have a joint bank account, be smart. That's my thing. And also, thank you again to Angela Arnold. One more thing for you. I say,
I have no facts.
I have no facts. Okay, so now we're in 2019. So 3 years into their wonderful, very business savvy relationship, apparently. Just weeks after her hard work and dedication paid off with the film's successful debut at the Tribeca Film Festival, Taryn was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer with a course of therapy that would require chemotherapy, surgery, daily radiation treatments, a year of antibody infusions, and targeted therapy. And that absolutely sucks. I feel very bad for her. Now, Bryan, what are you going to do here? Bryan became more notably absent from the home and increasingly emotionally distant. Honestly, okay, not to excuse him, because I've already basically like taken his side on this. I think he has a fear of death and sickness. Given the example of how he lives his life and sort of how he's spoken about things, I have a feeling he has a phobia. It's deeper than just wanting to be healthy. Like, I think we can all say that like pretty confidently. But it seems almost like maybe it's like a phobia, like an actual like diagnosable, potentially, ironically, condition where he cannot not feel healthy. And even his dad sort of mentioned like he had physical symptoms before in something. It was not really clear, but I wonder if her cancer made him freak out, like he cannot be around this because he cannot physically handle it or emotionally handle it. In which case it's like, I mean, I don't know, like it's not fair, but it's also like people have things they cannot handle. Okay, so he became more notably absent from the home and increasingly emotionally distant. Her own family and friends were stunned by his disengagement in his fiance's emotional well-being during such a critical time. Miss Southern grew increasingly concerned by his behavior, but wanted to stay as positive as possible and not raise her concerns while in active treatment. She continued to work for him in July through September, and she finalized and sold the film to a distributor and wrote and designed Colonel's first outside fundraising and product pitch decks. Whenever Miss Southern was feeling well enough, she still found time to help Johnson with his other initiatives as well. In spite of all her efforts, in early October 2019, shortly after her last round of chemo, and okay, so she was already after her round of chemo, to be fair, and when she was the most vulnerable, both physically and emotionally, so it seemed like almost like he waited till she was done with chemo, which I don't know if that's better or worse. He said he wanted them to physically separate. Miss Southern was confused by the request, thinking he was having a stress-related breakdown. By mid-October, the specifics of their separation were discussed, such as who would be moving out of their Venice residence and when. Johnson wanted Southern to move out, stating it would be very inconvenient for him to move. Whatever inconvenience he faced paled in comparison to the pressure and stress that was going on or she was facing and having to search for a place to live while recovering from chemo, navigating the unknowns of her diagnosis and preparing for surgery and radiation. Okay, so she wasn't done with the whole treatment problem. She was just done with chemo. Okay, so it is sort of a hard time. I mean, it's hard regardless, but I thought like he waited to the end. I'm like, okay, well, maybe that was his way of like being kind, but if she still had surgery and all that, that's, you know, not quite the end. To entice her to move out quickly and quietly, Bryan offered to advance a stipend to help cover some of her monthly expenses and rent, specifically in exchange for her promise to start looking for a new place to live as soon as possible. He offered to advance at least $5,000 per month towards rent, $7,000 per month towards her living expenses and business adventures. Business adventures. That'd be fun. That'd be like a TV show. Business adventures. The fun, wacky world of corporate America. Okay. And $5,000 for moving costs, totaling $149,000. Less than a year later, Johnson would announce he had raised $53 million in outside capital for Colonel. Okay, so he's offering her $150,000. If that was offered to me, I know I'm not in the same situation. I know I'm not quite as successful as Taryn here, but I'll take it.
Wait, what?
I'll take it. You don't have to. I'll move out. I won't even move in. I'll take your $150,000. Oh man.
Ooh, shit.
I can do a lot with that. Over the weeks that followed. Okay. Bryan's behavior at home became increasingly hostile. He refused to speak with her except to remind her that she needed to move out as soon as possible and that she had become a bad deal and a net negative, referring to her cancer diagnosis and treatment. Again, he's an asshole in this case, if that's true. And I believe it's true. You know, people say horrible things to each other all the time. But I really do think he might have something going on where he is like so uncomfortable with sickness. I just have a feeling, but I could be wrong again. Who knows? He further forbade her from telling her friends about their separation or from giving any indication of her emotional distress to others, both privately and publicly, depriving her from the critical support of her friends. He even demanded that she not seek help in finding a new place to live by posting on Facebook because he acknowledged such a post would make him look bad. I mean, true. That would make him look bad. During this time, she was terrified by his demands and she maintained silence throughout their separation, adding to her duress. So in November, she informed him that she found a suitable apartment and his attorneys sent her a letter purporting to memorialize the verbal stipend agreement into writing. However, this letter did not accurately represent the verbal. So she's saying that he promised her $149,000 to move out. And I guess she's saying that that's not what turned out in the paperwork. Now he was advising that he would only advance the stipend fees in exchange for her execution of a written separation agreement, which contained additional terms and conditions, including an overbroad confidentiality provision and excessive one-sided monetary penalties for her breach of agreement. Okay, so he says almost like, hey, sign this NDA where you're not going to talk shit about me publicly and I'll give you the money. Okay, interesting. In this letter, he requested the couple make a joint announcement saying that, Bryan and Taryn are announcing their separation. The decision to break up was mutual and lovingly made. They are best friends who have decided to look forward to continuing their cherished friendship. AKA, we're choosing joy. We're choosing joy at this moment. Meanwhile, I'm suing you because you were not nice to me. Okay, so that was like the in quotes, what the message was supposed to be, I'm assuming on social media. Given that Johnson was not speaking to her at the time and denying her requests for counseling, she was shocked that he would request she publicly lie in order to protect his public image. Because of these issues and at the advice of her attorney, she declined. Okay, so she turns down the $150. She's like, I'm not signing that because I want to be honest, I guess is the argument here. In 2019, November 26th, she declined the terms of the proposed agreement, and he retaliated by authorizing a scathing letter purportedly revoking his offer to advance the stipend they agreed on and threatening to legally pursue her for half of the Venice residence rent for the past 3 years if she didn't pay him back. Okay, now all of a sudden he's like, hey, I've been paying for us to live here in this joint house. I want half of my money. And I guess she didn't like that. He also purported to fire her from her employment and consulting relationships, remove her from her company health benefits, and rescind the grant of Colonel stock options that were already issued to her. While acknowledging in writing that not all her work had been compensated, he nonetheless refused to compensate her. Okay. The letter further claimed ownership over all work undertaken by Taryn in the future because they had their seed in the work done for Colonel or continuance and therefore belonged to the companies. Okay. I don't know what that means. Given that she was still in active cancer treatments and unable to look for a job, had just been expelled from her home of 3 years and terminated from her work, these threats and actions by him and his company placed enormous financial and emotional duress on her, just as he intended and hoped they would. Okay, that's sort of assuming quite a bit, but all right. In November, in that letter, he also moved to deprive her from the support and counsel of her attorney. Her attorney happened to be from the same firm. Okay, it just happened. It was a coinkydink. Okay, her attorney happened to be from the same firm as the attorney that he used on the film project, and he had explicitly agreed to and signed conflict waivers to allow the simultaneous representation. Bryan was frustrated with her attempts to seek legal counsel to negotiate on her behalf, retracted the conflict waiver with this firm, forcing her attorney to drop her as a client at the time when she needed legal advice the most. Well aware that she was vulnerable and in no state to evaluate these attacks, he deliberately left her afraid of being sued without legal representation. There's no other lawyers in the entire world. That was the only one that she was allowed to go to. That makes no sense. Without a source of income to pay rent, healthcare premiums, moving expenses, and legal bills from a law firm she could no longer use. Terrified, she went to him in tears. At this time, he told her that he would be willing to assist her with rent and expenses as originally promised, but only if she signed the separation agreement without any lawyer involvement. Okay, just 2 days later, after receiving the letter and him turning his back on the promises, having already committed to a new place in Venice, had to move out. What? So on November 28th, just 2 days after receiving his letter of retaliation and him backing out of his promised financial assistance, she, having already committed to a new place in Venice, had to move out. I'm confused. Why? The physical and emotional stress he placed on her throughout October and November, all while she was undergoing, we know, the cancer treatment, we get it, sorry, it sucks, but we get it, left her oscillating between states of fight or flight panic, sleeplessness, and shock. His failure to advance the funds owed to her by their verbal stipend put added financial pressures and stress on her, adding to her emotional distress. I mean, I'm sure it was, but okay. 1 week later, they reviewed the separation agreement together without attorneys as Bryan insisted and orchestrated. She voiced her concerns over the steep confidentiality and penalty terms. However, he refused to amend those terms. As a result, she never signed this one-sided agreement. So he really wants the confidentiality, and she's like, no, I'm not doing that. I am going to tell everybody. Okay, then he tried another tactic. In February 2020, he told her that the only way he would give her any stock in Kernel, such that she could never share in the success and profits that she contributed so much to, was if she signed the separation agreement he would be sending to her by the end of the day. Feeling physically weak from weeks of daily radiation and medication, mentally and emotionally exhausted by his unpredictable behavior, worried that his goodwill may not last, still confused and reeling from his threats of frivolous legal action against her, termination and loss of income and health insurance, fearful of what to expect if she refused his offer of kindness in a financially impossible situation. This is all one sentence. That he caused, and finally, without any reasonable opportunity to seek advice of counsel, she told him that she would agree to sign. Whew. Man. Okay, so all of that, the weight of the world against her, she's like, all right, fine, I'll sign. Bryan repeatedly represented to her that the stock was worth millions. While waiting for Kernel's human resource representative to send her the full agreement via DocuSign on February 8th, Bryan then took Miss Southern out on a date for the first time in months to keep her on track to sign this unfair agreement. Allowing the two of them to be intimate, Bryan exploited her emotions and told her, the best times in life happen when we are together. I'm so confused. Why would you go on a date with him if you hate him and he's horrible? I don't know. I guess it's like, I don't know, trauma bonding maybe? I don't know. Okay, so they go on a date and he's like, the best of times in life happen when we are together. And they're saying that he preyed upon her hopes that he might take responsibility for his actions and attempt reconciliation. The next business day, she sent the DocuSign of the agreement, which she signed, and which included a list of her intellectual property that she negotiated and wanted carved out of her agreement. However, Johnson phoned her and told her she could not add this and had to re-sign the agreement without it. So she's like, addendum, I also want this and this and this. And he's like, no, you have to sign it the way it is. Distressed and defeated by the months of bullying and unequal bargaining power, she felt she had no choice but to re-sign the agreement without including her list of prior inventions. Okay, then he purposely timed the presentation of the February 2020 agreement when he knew Miss Southern was still in active cancer treatment. Okay, Okay, now she's saying that she had PTSD from the relationship. Okay, let's see. So she signed it. They're claiming that she was under duress essentially by signing it. Okay. And they're saying this is a pattern of manipulative and coercive conduct to emotionally break her down. Okay, let's see. I'm just going over because a lot of this is repeated. Okay, here's one. And here's the examples that I sort of talked about already. But in one early example, Bryan pushed her to share a full list of her past sexual partners with him and describe the sex acts that took place. During this demeaning and humiliating exchange, he told her that he was concerned about suffering any reputational risk as a result of her having been with or dated other men, and despite the fact that he had been dating and sleeping with other women after his divorce and before meeting her. In another example, after she moved into their house, he demanded she move all her business and personal mail to an out-of-state mailbox, which would then be forwarded to a digitizing platform before reaching her. He also used a number of burner phones and pushed her to communicate with him only via the private messaging app Signal, where he could set messages to disappear. He also had a set of rules for her that included her using aliases for her deliveries and email communications with vendors. When they traveled, he refused to use credit cards or provide his passport at hotels. So she had to be the one liaisoning with hotel staff or other beguiled vendors. Beguiled. These demands created additional stress for her, but she did her best. I mean, he seems like a guy who's got a privacy issue. Like, he's very much trying to be private. So it makes sense as to why he did not want her on Facebook. I mean, this sort of shows the pattern in a way that's like, he wasn't trying to punish her. He's just weird. Okay, then it's alleging that he pressured her into letting him have sex with other women. Despite her objections, he had sex with more than a dozen women, perhaps more, during their time together. Some of these women he knew. He aggressively pursued and propositioned her own friends and acquaintances, while other women were paid prostitutes or girls from sugar daddy apps. Paying for sex, however, was less fun for Johnson than seducing women, and he became obsessed with his sexual conquests and relaying the details of his triumphs to her under the guise of radical transparency and honesty. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, he is being honest, right? That is worth something, right? Okay, she expressed anguish over his behavior, but he found ways to gaslight or manipulate her objections to his infidelity to make her seem like the insensible one. I mean, polyamory is a thing. So it's not like, oh, well, you knew that that's not right. It's like, for some people, it's totally fine. For example, he would tell her that her emotional reactions were unfair attempts to make him feel ashamed, and that if she could only support his personal needs and behavior, it would make his love for her grow only more intense. And when that did not work, she would break down in tears. He would tell her that he was just going through a phase, intimating that she could just be patient and wait things out. Because these activities were perpetrated in the supposed context of a committed and loving lifelong relationship, she kept trying to work through this phase with him, even in times of intense emotional pain. Okay, so she had panic attacks, extreme distress over these sexual situations that he was doing. Okay. Let's see. And he's not wanting her to talk about this publicly still. Let's see what else. Okay, that's talking about the lawyer, breach of oral or implied Marvin agreement for lifelong financial support. Okay, it's just more legalese stuff about the money, shared assets. Okay, third cause, breach of oral, paid stipend. Okay. Just more about what she did for them. Fifth, false promise. Okay, this is about the $149,000 to move out. Which again, I will take if you're offering, Bryan. I'm all about it. What is this? Promissory estoppel? Estoppel? I've never seen that word before. Yeah, I think we get the point. They had a feud. And she wants money, but she's not saying exactly. Well, what does she want? Okay, prayer for relief. Okay, this is what she's asking for. Damages in excess of $1 million, including, but not limited to, compensatory, and special damages. So she wants over $1 million in compensation. Does that sound fair for the situation she endured? To me, no. She wants damages for severe emotional distress, humiliation, grief. Okay, who is also humiliated here? He is, by this lawsuit, I would imagine. Grief, nervousness, anxiety, depression, and related emotional and mental anguish in an amount according to proof at trial. Okay, damages for past loss of earnings and benefits in spite of continuing attempts at mitigating damages, with such damages increasing each day, plus interest in the amount according to proof at trial. Damages for future loss of earning potentials and benefits in spite of continuing attempts at mitigating damages. So she wants past money she lost to be reinstated, potential future money that she could lose part of this, punitive or exemplary damages, attorney's fees and costs, interest, including prejudgment interest, and such other blah, 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 blah. So this was filed in 2021. I don't think it went anywhere. Wow, guys. Wow. Yeah, I think the point of that was that she wanted to expose his ass, and she did. I think it's crazy though to do that in court, but hey, you know, you got the free time, you got the money. She somehow got a lawyer, even though she claimed she couldn't get a lawyer because of him. She figured it out. So what do we think?
It actually was the most mature thing I have ever done.
That's what she said. This is what Bryan Johnson said when they first met.
I am dating the most evolved human being.
And then he regretted it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the whole thing. I think he's a jerk. She wanted to expose him. She did that. Cool. But the fact that you were about to get $150,000 for basically moving out, missed opportunity. Missed opportunity, in my opinion. Yeah. All right, I'm done with them. I'm done. That was interesting, right? Interesting? I'm back in my Bryan Johnson bungalow, as you can see. Totally normal. Let's move on to VeeCon. VeeCon. We can watch the recap of VeeCon, okay? And I'll let you be the judge. I'm not going to preface it or preemptively talk about it too much because I think it'll be funny watching it. And you're like, what is this? Like, what is this supposed to be? And it's hard to say. And is it for children? Hard to say. Let's see. Let me put it up on Instagram. Also, when looking at this YouTube channel, now I'll bring it up in a second. Let's see. Do you think, vote yes or no in the chat, do you think this is for children? As you can see, there are these lovely cartoons in the corner. They're called Vfriends. Okay, so if you don't know who Garyvee is, by the way, we should like do a little recap of who Garyvee is. Garyvee is a guy who I used to unironically like and follow and quote and all those cringy things. And if you do it and you like him, fine. I don't care. I'm just saying I was cringy because of how I currently believe and what I think now. But he was a guy who was like, you know, hustle, hustle, hustle. If you wanna play, you know, in a kickball league after work, then you really don't deserve to be at the top. You don't really deserve to be, you know, a multimillionaire like me. And he's always cursing, and it's kind of like interesting, I guess. But once you listen to a lot of his material, it's just the same thing over and over and over again. He's a hustler. He's the best. And his whole story was his dad owned a liquor store. Now he downplays this as if it's like, you know, a corner store in New Jersey. Like it's just a small, disgusting, you know, low, I don't know, not even low income, but just like not like a lowly place, right? It's kind of how he makes it seem. But he just like throws in this little detail. It was worth $3 million, which is to me like, wow, or something in the lines of like a couple $1 million. And back in like the 2006 era, when YouTube was first starting, he got on YouTube and started to promote specifically wine on from that he sold at his dad sold on YouTube, and like reviewing it and talking about it, and that was sort of his claim to fame. He also got into Google AdWords, which was an amazing time to get in on Google AdWords, where, you know, he owned the word wine, you know, essentially, or he like bought a lot of ads for the word like wine. And so he dominated that market and grew his dad's $3 million business into like a $60 million business, which is very impressive. However, starting with a $3 million business is a lot different than how he preaches to this day, where it's like he's talking to 12-year-olds and saying like, just do what I did, hustle, hustle, hustle. It's like, okay, not many people have $3 million to even play with. Plus, he was at the very right time to get into the internet boom. It's not the same today, as we all know. Now, not to say like, well, everything he says is bullshit. It's not. It's just not realistic. And his big thing is like, perspective. He does this a lot. Perspective. Do you know what perspective is? That he'll tell you as his advice, you know, if you have a hard day at work, just imagine your entire family being murdered by gunshots, like gunshot wounds. Imagine your family being run over by a truck. Is your day that bad? And it's like, okay, I guess I see the logic of that. Like, be grateful for what you have. Wonderful. But it's so aggressive. It's very weird. And that's just like his advice stuff. But what his actual business is very weird. He went all in on NFTs. Mistake, number one. He runs a creative agency, which is a pretty old school business, like Mad Men style. Like, it's modern, but he's making commercials and like, you know, social media material. Is that innovative? No, not really. That's been around for a long, long time. And yeah, it's on the internet now, but I'm struggling to find how he does anything special with it. He also owns like a sports representation company. I don't know. And now he has this thing called Vfriends, which is like NFTs, but also like cartoons. And I believe it's for children. But that's who Garyvee is in a nutshell. Yeah, he's got VaynerMedia, which is the commercial company, Vayner Sports, which is the representation, and then Vfriends. So here's an example, just to see, you know, what he's all about. So it's like, is the internet hurting the youth?
Keep my daughter, 9 years old, away from these dangers from the internet.
Only two things. One, you actually don't let her spend time on it, which, as you know, is very hard because everybody in her world will be on it. Two, and this is the most important, the only way, I have a 13-year-old daughter, and I think about this a lot. This is my number one thing that I'm most passionate about, period, in the end of the world. Number one way to protect the child is to build their self-esteem. When a child is not insecure, they don't succumb to danger. Make sure she's confident about who she is, her brains, isn't overly reliant on how she looks. Build her actual self-esteem, because you're not going to be able to watch her every minute.
No, I can't.
But if
It's a guy at party, like, my advice is, I mean, it's not bad advice necessarily. Like, okay, it's fine. It's actually like one of his better like pieces of advice. Like, okay, you know, yeah, I have a daughter and, you know, having a good self-esteem. Okay, sure. Wonderful. But I don't know. It's just weird. Like, okay, thank you so much. And oh yeah, so I see someone in the chat brought this up. His big dream is to buy the Jets. And if you know anything about sports, which I don't know a bunch about it, but I know for sure you have to have a lot of freaking money to be an owner at that level. Like Mark Cuban is an owner. There's a lot of other people you've never heard of before in your life, but they're like billionaires, you know? Like you have to have a lot of money to be able to afford to outright buy a team of any sort, a national team, especially one as big as like the Jets. But this has been his like underdog story. Like he's convinced he's going to buy the Jets, which you never know. But the numbers that he's actually playing in, which is more than I'll probably ever see in my lifetime, to be fair. But it's like on the scale of, you know, like Jeff Bezos, he's like way over here. He's closer to me than he is to Jeff Bezos, I believe. Now, that's just me assuming, but it seems unrealistic at this point, given what he's chosen to do with his career and how he hustles and stuff. But here's his explanation.
You have an amazing vision. You want to buy the Jets?
That's my fake vision. Oh. That's the one that I told everybody to distract them from what I'm trying to actually do.
What?
I mean it. Remember selfish and selfless? My selfish vision is actually very selfless, but it's only to two people, me and my mother. I've never said this publicly in my life. I've said that my goal of buying the Jets is misunderstood publicly a lot, and that my journey to try to buy the Jets is my great love, and it is. But I decided I wanted to buy the Jets as a very young child. When I was 7, we moved to a new town, and there was a lot of boys that were playing American football, and they were Jet fans, and that's how I became a Jet fan. And they all had a Jets jersey. I wanted one. I asked my mother for one. We were very poor. We didn't buy that kind of shit. Money was for food and the shelter. Even our clothes were liquor t-shirts that my dad got from the store. We barely even bought clothes. Definitely didn't go on vacation. We never ate out. My mom, when I was sleeping for the next 3 weeks, knitted me a Jets jersey and put the number 5 on it. That's why I always put up the number 5. in all my photos because that's a head nod to my mother.
I don't believe that part. I believe what he's saying otherwise, perhaps, but he does this like thing all the time. But I think it's just like him saying, I don't know, maybe I'm just like, what you're saying is not true. But like, this is the first time I'm hearing this, and I've watched his content for years and years and years. He's always been like doing this. I think it's just like not a peace sign. He's trying to be his own man, like high five man is kind of how I've always seen it. I don't know. I think he sort of after the fact created this narrative that's like, oh, it makes sense. Cause people kind of like, what is this hand signal that you're doing all the time? But maybe not, but interesting. I've never heard this story before.
Because
emotions. Also, he used to talk about his family a lot, and I do appreciate, like, I've never seen his kids. I've never seen him post his wife. However, out of the blue, him and his wife get divorced. And he always was like, I work, I hustle, my wife takes care of the kids. That's our agreement. We love each other. This is our agreement. That's why I'm allowed to hustle. This is like the way you should, be with your partner too. Be upfront, be honest. And then all of a sudden they're divorced. Now he's dating this other woman who's a coach and does some dieting stuff. And it's like, whoa, what happened? And there's like really no deeper explanation. Like, where are your kids? Did something change in your relationship? Because you used to always talk very positively about it, and radio silence.
Because without a shadow, my mother lost her mom when she was 5. My mom's DNA is predominantly what's inside of me. Luckily, I took the best stuff from my dad, and so the mix has been very formidable. I have such a gift of communication, but at this point...
So he doesn't want to buy the jets, but his mom knitted him a sweater. Okay, I'm trying to find the thread again.
In my life, and pretty much from the beginning, I sit on stages like this because all I want to do for the world is what my mom did for me. This entire keynote that I just gave is everything that my mom instilled in me, and I addressed, as I mature and get older, the things that my mom and I share as a weakness because I'm trying to do a well-rounded thing. So my goal in life, my North Star in real life, is 2 things.
I honestly think also, this is me being negative, he realizes how far away he is, and I think he did he tanked possibly some of his income with his NFT projects, and maybe he's like, I never really meant to buy the jets, even though I think he definitely possibly did have that intention.
Selfishly, I want to buy the New York Jets, but I want to buy the New York Jets because when I do, I want to put in front of the stadium, because I still have it, the sweater that my mom knitted for me. And I wanted to say,
I don't know,
from not being able to afford a jersey to buying the entire fucking team.
I don't know. I'm not inspired by this type of shit anymore. It's just like, oh, so you should take advantage of people and pay your employees. Like, from what I've heard too, he doesn't pay his employees very highly, which makes sense because, the margins are low, I think, in these businesses. You got to like churn out a bunch of content. So it's like, why do you get to be, I don't know. Like, we're supposed to care. Like, oh, you didn't have money, now you do have money. Like, I don't know. I'm just so, I guess, overall this shit. But yeah, so that's kind of the vibe. It's like, okay, I hate my job. What do I do? This is from VeeCon. So this is from the event we're going to discuss further. So basically, he does a lot of these meet and greet things a lot. It's like part of all his brain. Like, Gary, I have this question. What should I do? I'm not passionate. And he's like, you just need to hustle.
165 days ago I said get the fuck out. Here's what happened.
Last year we talked and I talked about how I hated my job. I hate my job. I'm an engineer. I don't want to do it anymore. And you're like, just get the fuck out.
Yep. Stop. Get the fuck out.
Okay.
Get the fuck out. Did you?
So I quit my job. I did.
Proud of you. And now?
Then I got a new job and I love it.
Makes me so fucking
it's like
happy.
baby steps.
That's it.
I don't need to like change overnight, you know.
Of course not.
Put my whole life around.
You're a fucking
so,
child. You're a
yeah.
kid. That's a huge deal to be able to have the courage to do that. That in itself is something most people aren't able to get to.
I quit my job and I got a new job. Amazing. Life-changing advice. Okay, so that's the vibe. That's who he is. He sort of has been growing from this. Like, he also talks about I'm one of early Uber investors and all that, which great. He also invested in a lot of companies that failed, but all right, sorry. I'm not trying to hate on him so heavily. What I want to focus on today is VeeCon, which is, I don't know what it is anymore. It was supposed to be like the world's, first NFT type, like fully, dedicated to NFTs conference. And now on the actual, even on the, does it show it here? Thank you. Even on the, oh my gosh, getting deliveries. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. Okay, we're opening all the Instagrams here. It doesn't even say the word NFT or crypto. So I'm confused. Now it says a super conference uniting over 190 world-class speakers to discuss business, marketing, tech, innovation, and pop culture. See you at VeeCon. Okay, it was in Indianapolis. So let's watch the day one recap. And I'll let you decide what the hell this is. So pretend you don't know. Pretend I didn't just read that. What does it look like? This is called Field Day.
Let's go, VeeCon!
Not very busy, as you can see. Like, there's a lot of empty seats, and they're kind of, I think, strategically showing like the front of the crowd. Musical performances. Okay, I'm missing what this is though. It's like a bunch of sponsorships. So okay, they have to pay, and you also had to buy like NFTs to get the tickets. So all these people are now somehow invested in like the wallet or whatever. So Boys, Bud Light, Cheetos, Coach, Coin, like all these sponsors. So they all paid those for those activations, I'm imagining. Like the claw and like the whatever, beer pong for. And then, okay, and like MetaQuest, okay, all these sponsorships. So you're basically being, sold to or you're being, what's the word? I don't know, sort of, lately sponsored to, like, oh, here, try this wine sample. It's sponsored by Planters. Okay. All right. So day one is that. And who else is here? So here's all the teachers. There's a bunch of teachers and like entertainment, but like what they're talking about, I don't know. Here's Drew Barrymore and someone I don't recognize. So she was there. This person, a hip hop preacher. This guy, Jesse Seltzer, was there. Tim Tebow was there. So a wide variety of people. Okay, Tim Tebow. Scooter Braun was there. He's a very well-liked person across the board, as we all know, maybe. Steven, Simply Steven. And Yushay, don't know who that is. Cesar, the guy who does the dog business. Look, our bro Tom Bilyeu is going to war in the metaverse or something. Of course, he was there to speak. I don't know who that is. Calder Rock and Roll. So day 2. Let's play this on no sound. Okay, here's the real meat of this potato. Okay? I mean, this is fairly typical. Any event sort of looks like this, I think, at a certain point. So they got the stage and they have speakers. But look in the background, these cartoon things. That is what Vfriends is. And I don't understand what that is. These like children's cartoons. I'm sorry, I'm eating a little bread because I'm starving. Forgive me. I don't know what this comment means, but it says, lots of pending court cases walking around for now. Okay. All right. So, yeah, it's a conference. They don't really say much. There's like people on slides. They're all on their phones. There's a lot of like content people there. Okay, people talk. Who's this guy? This guy looks familiar. I forget his name. There's a little Tarot lookalike. They're trying to steal Tarot's image, and I'm pissed. But let's look at the website. Okay, buy tickets. Oh, God. Let's look at the lineup. Okay, so here's who spoke. I don't know any of these people. Do you recognize this guy? Andrew Schultz. Okay, he's a comedian. I recognize him. Anyone else? Aloe Yoga. Okay. Okay, Ariana Huffington. I know her. I don't know anyone else. Cesar Millan. Okay, we know that one. Yeah, a bunch of Deepak Chopra. No, thank you. Damon John. No, thank you. I will talk about them later. Drew Barrymore. I'm also leaning towards not quite buying into her whole thing anymore. Okay, then we got some NFT people at the bottom. It looks like. Serial entrepreneur. We got some Bored Ape people. Okay. Oh, Jessica Alba. I know her. I've heard of her before. All right, let me see. So what it was 2 days. It's a super conference with discussions and performances from iconic and emerging leaders in business, marketing, innovation, and pop culture. Okay. The teaser. They're just showing. Welcome. I don't know. Okay, we sort of get the idea. Let's see how much it costs. Okay, so I want to buy. So, okay, then you want to buy, it takes you to this stuff. Now I got to purchase an NFT. And that's what I don't like. You got to play the game. And he's got a lot of like NFT crap that like I don't understand. Like, do you know what burning your tokens are? You have to burn your ticket. I don't know. I'm so not well versed in this whole thing. But okay, let's look at Vfriends for a second. Excuse me. this page is supposed to all be about the NFTs that VeeCon is based on, essentially. But it says, your daily recommended dose of kindness, empathy, and inspiration, VeeCon, Vfriends apparel. Now, there's all these cartoons, and all of them are supposed to be like representative of different traits that you have. But again, I'm like, are these for children or are these for adults? Because everyone at that conference seemed to be an adult. But then you look at these, I'm like, why would an adult want okay, let me find one. It's been a while since I've watched one of these, but like the patient parrot or whatever cartoon. Okay, here you go. Gratitude Gorilla. Now this only has 166 likes, 13 comments. So not doing that great, but here we go.
It's no secret that gratitude is my whole thing. So you won't be surprised to learn that I'm grateful for everything, even the awful stuff. A 2-hour delay at the airport? Great. Now I can finish my book. Lost my job at Chick-fil-A? Well, now I can pursue my dream of teaching sign language to baby gorillas. Heck, sometimes the terrible things in life will give you new strength. Once I bonked my head and it gave me the power of super smell. Seriously, I can smell you all the way from here. You smell kind of weird, but I'm grateful for you anyway. It's no secret that
Am I missing something? Like, is this for children or not? Like, I don't, like, what is this? Why is a cartoon telling me that it's okay to be at the airport? Oh, here's something. I'll probably get copyright. I probably already got copyright struck already, but here's something called Burn Island. Eruption 5. Changed my mind. I don't know what this is. I watched the video that explains what a burning eruption in NFT is, and I don't understand. Maybe we can watch it together. But here's this is part of the burning, okay?
Yo, cat, wanna debate negativity? It's a mental state. Joy, sorrow, love, and pain, emotions we can't contain. It's contagious, a nasty thing, but it can be cured from within. Fear and negative bring you down, but you can also turn you around. So come on now, let's not wait. Let's end things here, set things straight. Fear is strong, but love is stronger. We can do it together. Yo, cat, wanna debate?
Dana Bowling, are you there? Are you watching? Dana, are you here? Like you say, huh? Like, what? I don't get it. I don't get it. Try new things, even when it's uncomfy, says the blobbish fish.
In a big company, is being bashful a detriment to my career?
You've heard the saying, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Well, it can be true. Some companies seem to use that as their motto. They'll reward the people who promote themselves the loudest. It sure is hard for us bashful creatures to thrive in a place like that. But there are lots of organizations that will value your quiet creativity and thoughtful nature. You might need to look for a new job at a company where the motto is, still waters run deep. They're out there, but they won't find you. You need to find them. Solidarity! Whoa. Oh, what got into me?
If I want to make $1 million a year working for myself, where do I start? Whew, this is a big dream, but when it comes to ambition, the sky's the limit. You'll need to give yourself time.
Like, I'm just not understanding the audience.
Fun fact. You can't feel your tongue when you smile. Look at how cute you are. I got you, sucker. Look at your smile. Fun fact.
Okay. All right. Still confused. All right. Now, this is Vfriends' YouTube channel. It has 12.8 thousand subs, 405 videos. The most recent video was posted 6 days ago, 270 views. The one before that, 141 views, which is 278 reasons why positivity will always beat negativity. And I must disagree with this premise.
Humans, you will never overcome your fears and negativity.
Cynical Cat, you know I have a lot of love for you, especially since I birthed you. If cynicism was right, none of us would actually be here. The reality is humans are underrated.
I do things that I'm afraid of, knowing that there are other people out there who will never get those chances, and I am grateful to have those opportunities.
If you believe that everything will work out the way it's supposed to, you won't be afraid of anything.
I fight for positivity every day, and I know I'm not the only one.
And I'd rather try and fail than fail to try.
Last year I failed to run 100 miles, but I used that failure as motivation. Yesterday I ran 100 miles and proved that with perseverance, anything is possible.
I can overcome anything, especially these thoughts. I will be a champion. I am a champion.
Okay. So that's interesting. Okay. Be the bigger person. Common sense cow. Okay. Again. Tell me this is not made for children.
VFriends. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am for this. You guys are the best.
Okay, gift time. I'll go first.
Open it, open it, open it!
Maybe Gratitude Gorilla could wait until later.
Let's do it now. Here, I'll help you.
Oh my goodness. It's the latest fragrance from Paco Lapin. This must have cost you a...
Okay.
Bomb.
It's always...
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, but they're going to explain. Let's go back to here. Oh, yeah. Also, I'm definitely going to get copyright strike, but I feel like I have to, at this point, play this stuff. Garyvee and Snoop Dogg collabed. Hold on. I have a soundbite for this. To make a song, and now this is bad. It only has 3.4 thousand. Gin and Juice, please take a step back. It's close. They're close. Okay, please take a step back. Snoop Dogg featuring Garyvee. Oh, this is behind the scenes. Where's the actual video? Let's see. Also, here's the explanation for how do you burn your NFT? Okay, let's take a pause on the Snoop Dogg. This is 1 minute. This will explain everything that I have not been able to explain, okay? Ready? This is explaining how you can get access to something.
Welcome, foolish mortals, to Burn Island.
Burn Island is an incredible new addition to the VeeFriends universe. Not only is it this mystical place that we will storytell, it's an incredibly functional aspect of the NFT world. With so many different NFTs, from mini drops to book games to Series 2 and others, we have this incredible functional deflationary technology called Burn Island that allows people to burn NFTs and get something in return. Limited edition NFTs, other things physically. This creates incredible game mechanics, tons of fun, and really allows us to bring as much maximum value to current VeeFriends NFT holders of all kinds. Also, one of my favorite parts, where you have a lower cost, higher volume NFT potentially, where you submit one and one lucky person. Now they all get burned, so there's a little bit of that, but one lucky person or multiple lucky people get something remarkable on the other side. This is just going to be a whole lot of fun as we all enter Burn Island.
Deflationary fun. I'm guessing, now please someone school me, I'm guessing that he oversaturated his own market with 50,000 characters of every emotion ever experienced. Oh my gosh, I was talking to myself. I'm so sorry. Blah, blah, blah. What did you miss? Okay. What I was saying was... I don't understand enough about any of this to understand. I'm so sorry. I don't even know what I was saying. Okay, what we're going to do now is watch Garyvee and Snoop Dogg and why they are besties.
You know, when I think about the concept of taking a step back, it's perspective. You know, so many people that are gonna listen to this song, they're just not winning the perspective game. Please, take a step back and think about how awesome it actually is.
D-O-double-G friends, baby. It's not mine, it's yours. I made it for you. It's for you. It's not for me, it's for you, it's yours. The evolution, the creation, the making.
Every favorite children's music company, Death Row Records. Okay, so that was a little preview, and here is the behind the scenes. Okay, let's watch this. Why is Snoop Dogg involved? What is the deal? Here we go.
We've got a special surprise for every person on Earth that owns a VeeCon ticket. There will be an activation where your VeeCon ticket is gonna be the trigger. And if you got 4 of them, you got 4 of them. The Snoop Vfriends collab is happening.
Who cares?
People that work win. This man's a fucking living legend sitting here doing takes. And I'm doing the same, they know, I'm doing the same shit. 1 in the morning, all these kids wanna be like someone and they don't wanna put in half the work. You're working. You either work or you don't.
He's just taking his paycheck, come on, let's be real.
This beat's fire. This beat was, Mike, you always, Richie South, boy. Take a step back. It's crazy. Talent is just talent. Like the way I can sit here and talk to you guys about business, be like, do this. It's reps, it's talent. It is what it is. You got, exactly.
He's so full of himself. I just hate that. Like, I used to be attracted to it. I'm like, they must know what they're talking about. If you can talk so confidently about your abilities, you must be good. And then I actually got a clue and I'm like, oh no, that's just a personality trait. Some people have it, this inflated ego, and some people don't.
Oh, that sounds fucking amazing.
Take a step back.
Never take a step back until after the fact.
100%. Patience. Please. We're being kind too.
They're watching basketball. Come on.
Take a step back. We're being nice about it. That comma is big. Please, comma. Please.
Comma.
Please, comma. That was crazy.
Oh man, they really hands-on. So once you get hands-on in this shit, I'm like, okay, they never let you down. Because you become a part of them now.
100%. It's always that. And this stuff is all digital, in every business. And that's a lot more fun than breaking down into nick bags and then having to go outside and arbitrage nickels.
It's crazy.
Huh?
Right?
I ain't saying nick bag.
Nick bags, arbitrage nickels? What are we talking about? What is this? What is that? Is he trying to say he's a drug dealer? He knows the game? Come on, Gary. Come on, Gary.
Arbitrage nickels.
It's crazy.
Right?
I ain't saying nick bags. There's so many sticks in that motherfucker.
It's how people had to make money. You know? You had to break, it was all arbitrage. Now it's all digital arbitrage.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Nickel to a dub. Window, then go open up the window. Time flies by.
Oh.
Nick, I started from a nick bag.
Put your
now
hands
just
in
kick
the
back.
air.
Look at you. Look how you kicking back right there.
I love when it's authentic to the fucking session. Like, we got the video of like that.
Come on, dog. That was, you took me back to the nick bag. Now I just kick back. He's no phony. She's no ponies. Garyvee and Snoop Dogg, we the big homies. steps back, adjust your cap. Integrate, calculate, about to whip you into shape. Reinvest in real estate, trying to stack 100 different meals on your plate. Deals on your plate. Yeah, it's true. That dreams did come true. If it happened for me, then it can happen for you. Hit that one more time.
That's fucking unbelievable, this guy. It's just so crazy.
We make real estate deals. We buy NFTs and we keep it really real. Word.
By the way, if I could do that, it would be, you'd never see me. All I would do is make songs for us. I would just die, never perform.
Drinks in your cup if you don't give a fuck.
You tell 17-year-old me this is happening, I'm like dead. But it's also like how good he is. Like that was like a hit. That's a hit.
No, it's not a hit, Gary.
D-O-double-G friends, baby.
He may sit more relatable than Rachel Hollis. Who sat better? Rachel Hollis in every single thing she sits in, or Garyvee in this one moment? Oh, okay, you want to hear the song? I definitely will get copyright struck, or not struck, but like, oh God. Oh no, not the medical medium again. I don't want to see the medical medium for quite some time. Ooh. Okay, let's play this song. Snoop Dogg, Garyvee. Okay, here it goes. What am I doing? His voice is so interesting.
Kim Kardashian.
Okay, Snoop Dogg X, Garyvee, please, sir, can you please take a step back? Please, sir, can I have some more steps back, please? This is on Snoop Dogg's YouTube. Okay, 395 comments. That's low. I'm not seeing many relatable or comments that are says love Garyvee and Snoop Dogg, but not a fan of the song. Feel like it could have been better. Financial literacy. Okay, so not the interesting comments. Here we go. Official music video. Ready.
What if I told you this was the last Monday morning of your life? What if I
told you that you could make a bunch of money by switching to Geico? Okay, sorry. Starting over, for real.
What if I told you this was the last Monday morning of your life? What if I told you die this week? Would you complain about your crap job or that test you don't want to take? I doubt it. If you're not pumped right now, if you're begrudging what you're about to do, if you're not looking forward to it, look, we're living in a world where there's so much more opportunity. This internet thing created way more opportunity for all of us, way more. I mean, look, you might not even be alive. You could have ended up being a bus, a tree. I just don't get the mentality of being head down sad on a Monday morning. I'm gonna make you Saturday, Monday morning. That's what I want to do every morning, and that's what I want from you. Please take a step back and think about how awesome it actually is. And then recognize that you can attack the world in a totally different way. You are
So we're just making sure we're incorporating the children elements so we can make sure that we're children friendly. You could have been a bus. We should watch that video at some point. We'll watch this first and then we'll watch the original video because it's pretty funny. It's just him going off on a rant.
in a totally different way. You were lucky enough to be born during this era.
Yeah, put your hands in the air. Drinks in your cup if you don't give a fuck. Now, put the money on the wood. Money on the wood, make the bet all good. Yeah, put the money on the wood. Make it understood that you're dealing with the plug. Living how I want, trying to do it how I done. Endo, then go, open up the window. Time flies by. Started from a nick bag, now I just kick back. Pop peas, count G, show up at the VeeCon. Finally got the beat done, now I'm about to eat some. Keep something on me, heat something on me. It's something about money, how it creeps up on me. Geeks no phony, sheeps no ponies. Garyvee and Snoop Dogg, we the big homies.
translating, educating financial literacy. I'm speaking facts to you literally. Now take a few steps back, adjust your cap, integrate, calculate, about to whip you into shape. Reinvest in real estate and try to stack 100 different meals on your plate. Deals on your plate. Yeah, it's true that dreams can come true. If it happened for me, then it can happen for you. Fresh for 2023. Each one teach one. Yeah, Garyvee, Snoop Dogg. That's what we
Dogg.
do.
What is this?
Oh, you didn't know? This just the beginning. And here we go. Go. Yeah. Put your hands in the air, drinks in your cup if you don't give a fuck. Now, put the money on the wood, money on the wood, make the bet all good. Yeah, put the money on the wood, make it understood that you're dealing with the plug. Living how I want, trying to do it how I done. Endo, then go, open up the window.
Please take a step back. Yeah, I don't know, man. It obviously there's cursing. I'm drinking. There was marijuana in the behind the scenes video, but then we got like little giraffes. And I don't think it's like, okay, to me that doesn't seem like, oh, it's ironically childlike for the appeal of adults. To me, it's like, no, they're trying to appeal to children, but also because kids like cool stuff. So it's like, I don't know, edgy stuff. So they're like, okay, let's just throw in some giraffes, I guess. Okay, let's listen to the original. This is an original Garyvee. Please take a step back. You could be a bus. You could be a bus right now. Is this it?
By show of...
He used to do vlogs a lot. I used to watch his vlogs, ironically, and like idolize, like never taking time off. Okay, where is it? Garyvee, you could be a bus. Here it is. This is from 8 years ago. It's called Monday Motivation. So it's, what is today? Tuesday? Pretend yesterday you had a bad day. You could have put this on, but you chose not to. And you suffered for that.
So it's early Monday morning, and I've been wanting to make a Monday morning video for a long time, and finally D-Rock, we're doing it. So real quick, this is just a rant, very simple, and something that I want you to pass on or watch every Monday morning, because the level of complaining is unacceptable. Look, what if I told you this was the last Monday morning of your life? What if I told you die this week? Would you complain about your crap job or that test you don't want to take? I doubt it. You would go much higher level thinking. Well, that's really what it takes. It takes understanding that if you're not pumped right now, if you're begrudging what you're about to do, if you're not looking forward to it, look, I respect practicality. You gotta go through school because your parents want to. You gotta pay your rent. You got student loans. I get it. But please recognize the world we're living in. We're living in a world where there's so much more opportunity. This internet thing created way more opportunity for all of us. Way more. I mean, look, you might not even be alive. Like, your mom and dad could have had sex like 3 minutes later and you wouldn't even exist, and you're complaining. You could have ended up being a bus, a tree. I just don't get the mentality of being head down sad on a Monday morning. I'm gonna make Monday morning my bitch. I'm gonna make you Saturday Monday morning. That's what I wanna do every morning, and that's what I want from you. Please, take a step back and think about how awesome it actually is. And then recognize that you can attack the world in a totally different way because you were lucky enough to be born during this era. Fuck you, Monday.
Why didn't they include that line in it? That was the hardest line in that whole video. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know, man. It's just so heavy-handed. And then again, like, what he does for a job is make videos like this to tell other people to fuck you and like, just hustle harder. Don't be in big rival. And it's like, if everyone's job was just to make content all day, which, you know, it's exhausting too. He's not being honest about how, I don't think, like, how hard it is really. Like, you know, you can motivate yourself to do anything, really, if you wanted to, I suppose. But, like, is that how you want to live your life all the time? Just like, I gotta be grateful because I could have been a boss. It's just like, ugh. And it's not like, okay, you know, like a lot of these people who've kind of come up in this space where it's like pro hustle, they've sort of taken notes from the world, I guess, and they've sort of changed the message. He seems to, obviously, he just promoted that video based on this video, that music video. Seems like he sticks behind it. So, yeah. So basically, VeeCon is like this, I don't know, this thing that was supposed to be about NFTs. It still involves NFTs, but they're not calling it NFTs because no one likes NFTs anymore. Now it's a business conference with random people, including Drew Barrymore and a bunch of like carnival games. And then you got this motivation stuff that's very generic for any job, anything. And then what else he's got? Raising confident kids. He's got a podcast, of course. You got One Life. Being positive. I don't know. It's kind of like all over the place. And it does okay. Like, this is posted 6 hours ago, so that's today. With Ryan Holiday, 2.6 thousand. The one posted 6 days ago, 19,000. So it's definitely had better days. He's got 4.16 million subs, which is quite a lot. So, you know, how I scaled with no budget. Okay, you definitely had a budget. Also, the one thing I did like at the time was this thing called Trash Talk. And basically he would go to garage sales and like buy stuff and then sell it online. But the secret is, you know, he'd be like, oh, I can buy, let's see. I could buy this Hot Wheels and I can make $5 off of it or whatever. Here's him doing the 5 that he claims is about his jersey or whatever, which I don't believe that story. I'm sorry. He's like, I'm buying a Hot Wheels and then I'm going to just like on that, I can make probably $50 because I just looked it up on eBay. Look, $15. I bought it for $5. I can make $10. It's like, okay. Include the shipping, include the fee, include all that stuff, include the time and effort. You really, like, he's like, this could save lives. This could make people money. I'm like, yes, of course. But the gas that you're driving there, like, he's like saying, it's so easy to do this. Look, just work hard like me. Look at me. I'm working really hard. It's like, this is also you making content. You're making much more money on the content than you are selling a Matchbox car set for $5 on eBay. But he's like, oh, it's so simple. Like, people just don't want to try. It's like, no, I did that. When I lost my job back in I got laid off once and I lost my job in 2018, I believe. And I had like a month period before I got my next job. And I was like, I was a fan at the time. I'm like, I'm going to do this. And we went to estate sales and I bought stuff and I was like, okay, I'm going to flip it. It was such a pain in the ass. And of course you get better with it with time, but like it took all day. It was all weekend. It was gas and whatever. You buy stuff and you don't sell it. Now it's sitting in my house. It was so annoying. I made like probably $50 after all said and done. And it's like, okay, I need a job. This ain't gonna work for me. Let's go back a second to his let's go to VeeCon again. And I also should probably bring up Tom Bilyeu at some point. Tom Bilyeu obviously was speaking here, so he's related, but he had an NFT drop, and I think his issue is that he waited too long. I'm just gonna go to the bottom so I can see what it used to be advertised as and how it's changed. But Tom Bilyeu basically, he just came out with his NFT project after a long time. He was on the circuit last year, 2 years ago, where he was like talking at all these Now I'm talking about Tom Bilyeu now. All these like NFT and crypto conferences and events, and he was like, this is the future, Web3, 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 Web3. Now he is totally switched over back to his relationship. Like, do you want to have a good relationship with your wife? Here are 4 tips to have the best relationship like me and my wife have. And that's his whole shtick now. So I don't know. I mean, I think what happened was he waited too long. No one gives a shit anymore about, you know, NFTs and an NFT project. And it's like his whole thing is like, you have to buy the avatar and then you can purchase, you know, digital clothes for your avatar. And it's like, people are like, so what do I do with it? And he's like, oh, that's coming. It's like, this has been coming for years. Like, what are you actually buying here? Like a chance to what? It's very confusing. So we're going down. This is from last year, but I just want to show, or I want to remind myself of like what it used to be like and what it's changed into. And I feel like if you were to listen to these people, Tom Bilyeu and Garyvee, you know, a couple of years ago, and how enthusiastically they were recruiting people into buying NFTs, buying into the hype of NFTs and crypto, you would have lost $1 million if you believed it. So here's what he said back then.
Since I'm hype on VFriends is VeeCon. Check it. Garyvee showed me.
Lord,
this
save
is
us.
an unreal level of access
Lord.
to you for people who buy these NFTs.
Yeah, I mean, wait till you see what I'm gonna do at the conference. This is gonna be the best conference of all time. Welcome to VeeCon. VeeCon is a yearly event that is tied in directly to Vfriends, the NFT project that I launched in May of 2021. Every VeeFriend token is a ticket to a multi-day event that is going to rival some of the greatest conferences in the world around entrepreneurship, marketing,
now
ideas, creativity, competition,
on the
tons
bio.
of jam sessions all night, marshmallow pits, talking, meeting, surprise and delight. It's a community. You know, I live a career where I've been able to travel the whole world and see all the greatest conferences, and that decade of collecting, oh, I like this, or I like how they did that, that was epic, and I like how the unconference and the hallways this, and oh, the best part of a conference is who you meet. I'm gonna bring all that. My main plan is to leverage my 25-year career and all the karma and all the relationships and all the business stuff that I've done to bring the world's greatest speakers there. And I also have the privilege of being in the dirt. Right there, D-Rex, show it. Like the dirt. I like that shit. I'm from that shit. So I know the kid.
You're in the dirt? How? You walked on some dirt to get to your conference? I'm a sidewalk. I come from the sidewalk. I walked on the sidewalk to get here. I didn't take my jetpack. Perspective.
Kids that are coming up the game right now that are the next people that are gonna matter. And of course I'm gonna have them headline side stages so that you can meet them early and build relationships with them early and do business with them early and have selfies with them early. But I'm also gonna have the biggest names in the world because I'm gonna take the profit from the drop and I'm gonna invest it in throwing the conference that I've always wanted.
Matthew McConaughey spotting.
To attend. VeeCon.
Okay. So that's what it started as.
Hey everybody, it's Gary Vaynerchuk, and this is a massive day in my career, my life. I am so excited to give the early details of VeeCon 1. We will be in Minneapolis, Minnesota, on May 19th through the 22nd for a 4-day experience. Some of it's gonna be conference, and some of it's gonna be official, unofficial, unconference. But the reason we're making this video is because I need you to book your hotels now. I know the VeeFriends community's been waiting. I need to give you as much time. I know that, you know, it's not that far away, right? Like weddings and...
Okay. Yeah. Running a conference, running an unconference with the best NFT community. Now they're billing it as a business conference. Because I think the first round did not go that well. And yeah, this is what they used to look like before they updated them, because these were drawn by Garyvee and these were the NFTs at the beginning before they updated them to be 3D, by the way.
Red light. Green light. Run fast for your life.
Sorry. Okay, so yeah, that was then. This is now. Forget everything I said in the past. NFTs are dead. Anyone who told you otherwise was lying. I'm always right.
Character walk around VeeCon, like wearing the outfit.
There's a lot of surprises with VeeCon. There's gonna be a lot of fun stuff. The biggest issue I think everyone's gonna have is when there's 5 different panels going on at the same time and you're talking about like legit shit. So that's gonna be a little challenging, though the biggest names will be on the main stage for everyone. I think it's gonna be really good. I think it's gonna be really, really good.
Are we having a character walk?
Well, if he says it's gonna be good, you know he has no incentive to lie. Yeah, so that was that. And then they started to work on the next year. Is this, wait, what is Tom Bilyeu's? Oh no, it's just a graphic. Okay, yeah. There's a little terror.
I don't think people realize what's happening here.
It is also a JPEG.
It's problematic at best.
We really want to communicate and express ourselves. Why do you think people had the boombox outside? Because it told the story of who they were to their community.
What about the NFT space made you feel the same way that you felt about social media back in the day?
I'm coming to you from US Bank Stadium.
Logan Paul was involved in an NFT scam called something zoo, crypto zoo, where it was like all a scam, allegedly. So, good person to talk to about NFTs.
The home of VeeCon.
I'm so excited you're coming to VeeCon. It's a huge tradition.
Lineup. When I look at the VeeCon Instagram, I'm like, holy shit.
Conference is gonna be epic. 0.0.
I wish these people would come out and say, we fucked up. We led you astray. We were wrong. Sorry. But like everyone just kind of goes away and pretends like, I never supported that. I wasn't really supporting of NFTs. I was just, I was just trying to help my stockholders. Crypto Zoo, there you go.
Okay, Vfriends, who in here is pumped to meet some humans? Can I get a squawk?
Oh, I don't know. Humans are kind of weird. Have you noticed how they sniff test their dirty laundry?
Yes, or how they pick their noses. It's simply unhygienic.
Come on, NF team. Humans aren't all bad. For example, they're quite skilled at making funny memes.
Friends, we're talking about VeeCon here. The first time in history that NFTs like us will intermingle with humankind. Don't you all understand how big this is? I can't...
Again, who is the audience for this?
Hear you. VeeCon, everybody. Can I get a squawk?
I don't know, guys.
Okay. All right. Here's Tom.
Doing this quiz here.
Okay. So Tom Bilyeu is going to guess if this is an actual NFT character or not.
Is it a Vfriend or not?
Oh!
If it isn't, shit. It's a Sean.
Yeah, that was a glass of wine. That was take a shot or something. What was it? I don't know. Yes, that wine glass was and is, I guess, an NFT. Wait, I lost Tommy. Oh well. I guess we can move on to Tom now. Basically, I don't think there's going to be VeeCon 3. I have a feeling. I think they all lost a lot of money in this. And he tried to fill in the gaps with like sponsored activations. And I don't know if it was successful. I guess if you are wanting to blow money on this stuff, great, go for it. Awesome. But I just don't think it has the legs to be financially successful, personally. But okay, let's go to Tom. Stay in the NFT realm because Tom Bilyeu, like I said, similar boat in the sense of pushing NFTs hard. He was pushing it so freaking hard for like a year. And then all of a sudden out of the blue, seemingly when the crash started to happen, he's going back to workout advice, relationship advice, business advice, my personal life. This is what I don't know. This is what I think you should do. Here's a picture of me, 10 pounds heavier. Look how ugly I was. Look how cool I am now. here's me and my wife kissing, whatever. But I'm going back and back and back in time to remind us all of where we were not that dang long ago. Okay, we're in 2022. And basically, he had a plan. I don't know if it's still, if it's still on the website that he had, where he like mapped out exactly what he wanted to do with the company, because he has Impact Theory, which is a YouTube channel essentially. And they act like it's a media company, which I guess technically yes, but like your distribution is YouTube. It's not like you're dealing with, DirecTV or something. Like our girl Taryn, okay? She's the first innovation of that. So we're going back. Okay, here we're seeing NFTs. So he had this project called Mary Mods before. Now he's got this thing which was like his big project, which was Project Kaizen. And so this is his first attempt to get into NFTs. Okay, you get the song. What's in the box? Mary Mods. What is that? Don't fucking know. Because NFTs are confusing. Don't mess with Christmas. Can you see the millions of dollars just flowing in from this immediately? Do you know anyone that made money on NFTs? Because I don't. But okay, he did that one, but then the big one, oh gosh, RIP. God, look at that. Why do bad things happen to good people? Jesus Christ. Yikes. That's a sad flashback. Okay. So we had the middle. Where are we at now? 2021. Let's keep going back. Just to tell you this one. I made a video about this one at the time. Flying on private jets is really cool, but earning your stripes is even cooler. He's like, I had to be in coach with the regulars before I got my private jet. Can you believe that? I've suffered so much. Okay. All right. So he was doing, it doesn't matter what you look at. It matters what you see. Neon Future NFT. Okay. And he also does graphic comics, which I think may actually be better for him than NFTs were. Okay, we're gonna keep going. But in the meantime, I'm gonna keep scrolling back. I want to get him to talk about NFTs. I guess I could just look it up, Tom Bilyeu, NFT. But here's his website. It's called Impact Theory. If you may have heard of it, he has a YouTube channel, which is like him interviewing Tony Robbins clones all day. But this is the real business, right? Like this is like why you trust him to be a business guru, because he has all the good ideas. So what it is empowerment through NFTs and story. The best way to improve someone's life is to introduce them to useful ideas, and so indoctrinate them. And the best way to introduce useful ideas is through storytelling. Grab a key and unlock the future of storytelling. So that's supposed to be grab a key, like buy your NFT. And this is what they talk about when they're like, we run a media company. We are innovative leaders in the media space. You're like, oh, okay, they must know something. So this is what they're referring to. Buy an NFT. Okay. So there's a graph of what you get access to. You get to talk to Tom weekly. Hold on. Get to call with Tom 15 minutes a week. And call with Tom monthly for 30 minutes. You also get access to a legendary lounge private Discord and a group dinner quarterly. What else do you get? You get 25% off physical merch, 50% off virtual merch. You get exclusive NFT drops and contest giveaways, mints, sandbox experiences. I don't know what the hell all this shit is. Okay, so that's what you're getting. A bunch of promises. If you buy an NFT, you get to have access to them. And it says, A different entry point for everyone. The Founder's Keys are available in 3 separate tiers: Relentless, Heroic, and Legendary. Each offer a different level of access. Take a look at their utility map and choose one. Okay, so that was Legendary, which you get to call. Direct access, you get to call Tom. Heroic, you don't get to call Tom. Boo. And Relentless, you don't get much. You get much less. Then you have to go to OpenSea to buy these NFTs. And again, it's like 0.3109 ETH. I just do not know enough about it, but this is like what you're supposed to do. Okay. Following so far? Okay, this is the characters that he's created. You love them. This Santa Claus and a bear with like futuristic clothes on. And basically, this is what the pitch is here. You ready? Blockchain technology has created the opportunity for a whole new type of reactive entertainment, and Project Kaizen is taking full advantage. NFTs aren't just art or in-game items. They pack a powerful punch with cross-ecosystem utility. With Web3, you can carry your passions in your wallet wherever you go, and our systems will respond accordingly, delivering a tailored experience just for you. Depending on the NFTs you have in your wallet, our in-game, which doesn't exist anymore, or doesn't exist yet, I believe, and out-of-game experiences react, opening some doors and closing others based on the things you love most. This wasn't possible in Web 2 and will only get better over time in Web 3. From airdrops and special in-game levels and experiences, again, game does not exist, to perks and exclusive access, your suite of Impact Theory NFTs customize your entertainment journey across our entire ecosystem. Now, this is their ecosystem, as well as Lisa Bilyu interviewing women about self-help, and Tom interviewing people about self-help and biohacking. Is apparently related to this. Now, here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. I don't know exactly what they are. If they're future, like, animes, I don't know. Neon Future is, like, the first one. The rest, I have no clue what these are. But it says, our mission is to introduce people to empowering ideas at scale through story. That's such a, like, business way to say, like, we make entertainment pieces, content. Introduce people to empowering ideas at scale through story. Okay, so you post it online. Okay, got it. In addition to Project Kaizen and Merry Mods, we currently have an entire slate of stories in development. There are several different ways that our projects will take to come to life. Okay, I think that's a typo. But the most common path will be starting as a comic book. This will allow a story as we build an audience. 2 of our projects have already found success in this way, Neon Future and Hexagon. Both projects spent their entire run in the top 10 of their respective categories on Webtoon, garnering more than 1 million views collectively. Okay, is that good for a person of Tom Bilyeu's stature? I don't know. And when you click on the bottom of that website, which was talking about all these web cartoons, it takes you to Tom Bilyeu's Impact Theory YouTube page. It's a little confusing. But let's go to Project Kaizen. This is the one that he's been promoting for like years, essentially. And it's finally launched. Phase 1, finally. Here it is. It's like, what's the game? Fortnite, but can you actually do anything? It remains to be seen. Yes, hold on, here you go.
I'm outside the Cheesecake Factory waiting for it to open.
I think this is supposed to be Lisa, and this is supposed to be Tom, I'm assuming here. What is Project Kaizen? Borderless entertainment. Okay, another useless word. It's synergy between mixed media presentations, like, okay. A world that lives and grows with the player. The sooner you enter Project Kaizen, because we need the money, the more one-of-a-kind moments you will experience for yourself. It is a world designed to be customized and interacted with, both online and in your real life. Okay, how? Love to know that. Items you collect in Kaizen are stored on the blockchain, serving as the key to unlock the mysteries of Kaizen. Okay, I did download this thing, which is probably giving me a virus as we speak. I can try to open it. Let's see. You've cracked the code. You recognize everything is a simulation, which is something he says in all his speeches. He's like, did you know that the Matrix was a documentary? And then does not go on to explain it, really, other than like, I was not that good of a student. And then these guys came into my class one day and said, hey, do you want to be copywriter for our business? And I said, okay. And now I'm billionaire. He's not a billionaire. Okay, recognition is just the first step. Reality is a program, something malleable, something you can learn to control, to reprogram, to master. Join Project Kaizen to learn the way. Okay, then there's a character. Let's watch the vid. Was I muted? Sorry. I was saying, you're not supposed to know, I guess, or if you're confused as to who these people are, you're not alone. I have no idea. Is this a game? Is this a music video? Is this a teaser for something? We're not supposed to know, I guess. Does anyone know what's going on?
You're awake. Great. I am Ion. We can really use your help. Welcome to Kaizen. It's a bit of a project.
It's a bit of a scam, if you ask me. Okay, that was it. Do we feel more confident in spending our ETH on this? Joining Kaizen with the help of recruits like Ion and Byte, LOL, I have begun to remember more. While the moment of my death is not something I would like to recall, you must know who we are up against. Who you see in my memories no longer exists. He is carnage. He is destruction. He is woke. He is wake. So it's against woke. They're not woke, they're wake. We need you to collect the following items to keep Kaizen safe from him and his agents. Jump tokens, Soul Manifest, acquire KR8Z. Okay, so you need jump tokens to activate. I believe everything costs money, I'm assuming. All of these things you have to pay to acquire, which is boring. You will need one of these to teleport to Kaizen, what we call jumping. A jump token is one-way ticket. Once you burn one, it's gone forever. Use wisely. Okay? So there's burning. Again, that burning word. Someone explain it to me. Soul manifest, come to life. Kaizen allows you to choose your form, but your essence, your soul is hard-coded. It's what makes you you. Build the perfect vessel for your soul, okay? And then bring the goods. Kaizen is a world where you can create yourself, but everything else comes with a price. You can earn or buy items to reflect who you are. Okay, pay to play. So there's avatars. You are made whole. Use the gear you collect from KR8Z to customize yourself. All right, let's take a second now and have Tom explain this. And I will say, if you thought Gary V's social media presence was low, Project Kaizen is even freaking lower. And like, again, he has, oh God, hold on. I don't want to scroll all the way back to the top. He has 1.9 million followers and had posted quite a lot about Project Kaizen. Now here's his launch party. In the past, and the Instagram only has 1,300. I have more Instagram followers than this project does, which is saying a lot because I don't have very many followers. Yeah. So, okay, for example, this was posted 3 hours ago, has 19 likes, and this seemingly very real account posted a hot sweating emoji. Here's the launch party. Happened somewhere, I guess, at an Impact Theory event. No details. Here's what it looked like, though, if you were invited. Our Project Kaizen party was a success. Special thanks to our key holders and everyone else that made it out. It was a pleasure meeting everyone in the community. Okay. So they got some cash to put events on like this still. So there's a dude dancing, taking pics. There's Lisa. Okay, they're looking at their avatars. Okay. Of course, she's on stage. That's it, baby. That's it. Okay, here you go. Here's him explaining it.
Welcome to the simulation. All right, you guys are now going to be entering Project Kaizen. This is, bar none, the greatest avatar creation engine on the planet, and I'm going to show it to you for the first time. All right, so the key that makes Project
Avatar creation engine. We've been able to make avatars in we can make little Wii people on the Wii forever. Little bobblehead people. You can make The Sims. You can literally make anybody in The Sims, right? Prove to me how this is the best avatar creator in the world.
Project Kaizen, so amazing, is just the absolute sheer amount of variety. And so this is where, again, Project Kaizen is unmatched. So whether you want to go in loaded for bear and you've got gigantic weapons, or you want to go in loaded with a bear, we've got you covered. Once you've got it the way that you want.
It's like a guy trying to sell you like a paintbrush. And he's like, this is a vehicle to all artistic expression. This has never been done before. We're using human hair and it's amazing. It's like, why would you do that? Because it's a good idea and I've come up with it. It's like, okay, I'm not buying it thus far.
You think everything is perfect. You can preview your avatar, see it clean, remove that background, make sure that you're happy. Yep, this is my guy. This looks exactly the way that I want him to look. Now's where the magic happens. I'm going to go in to take a PFP photo. So in the beginning, you're going to have a limited number of backgrounds. You can have a limited number of poses, but select whichever one suits your fancy for now. Change your different pose. And then when you're ready, you can also adjust the distance. You can decide, do you want a wide shot? Do you want a medium? Or do you want an actual close-up? Depending on where you plan to use your PFP will determine what you want. I'm actually going to go with a wide. I want to get some of the cool things that I have on my character, and then I'm going to mint my avatar. So click mint avatar now, go back to your project. All right, and we're done. There it is. I now have my PFP photo. I have my minted avatar, and I'm ready to rock. Welcome to the simulation.
I'm pretty sure that's as far as you can get in this world. Here's some of the comments that I found funny. I don't really understand the point of why we are creating this avatar. There's no gameplay yet, right? And he did not respond, so it seems. So good job. It says, not yet. There will be in the next few phases. Stay tuned, says this random person. Then it's a spam. And then someone says, it's so funny, but it's not so funny for our kids because these sacks of shit are robbing our kids' future blind. And then put something there and says, some of the comments responding seem to be backing me up on a dig I've made. I just want to be clear. I'm not hating at all. I'm a big fan of the impact theory. I'm just a little confused. And then some random stuff. This guy hates Jay Shetty. Can't relate. Okay. I don't know. An avatar for what exactly? Is this a video game? More like game, like experience, where you can create an avatar with items that you can get through stuff that you do in real life and in the simulation. What is this? Meh. This is not what humanity needs. I'm with you. I find it weird to see Tom encouraging people into the virtual world. With each and every passing week, I feel like the movie Idiocracy is becoming more preparation for what's ahead. Mindless zombies using AI to complete their work and do their thinking for them so they can spend their days glued in front of tech, chasing the next dopamine hit through instant gratification. Sad times ahead. After interviewing so many brilliant people, this is what he wants to do with his life next? And someone says, can't wait to see what impact theory have become in 20 years. Is this the beginning of a game you're creating? Avatars look dope, and hopefully gameplay is next up. Launches this month, I believe. Oh, we'll see. Is this to use with my Bitcoin? Thank you. Cool. And then a bunch of spam. Yeah, so this is what he's been talking about for quite some time. Okay, March 2022. This is when he revealed it.
Everybody, it is finally time for us to unveil the name of the secret project.
And like, look at his house. So crazy. Just because you get one hit, that's what I've learned. Just because you strike gold once does not mean you're going to strike twice. That's why it's so rare for a multi-successful entrepreneur. It really is. Like, take your money, go live your life. Like, trying to do this crazy shit. It's like, it's risky, man.
Project that we are working on, formerly known as Project Avatar, now known forever as Project Kaizen. It is a game-like experience built inside of Unreal.
Game-like experience. So it's nothing. It's a game-like experience. Okay, so it's called Existence. What?
Engine that's going to allow us to create very unique, wallet-aware experiences. Phase 1 is going to allow you to create yourself an incredible avatar that you're going to be able to mint, unmint, assemble, reassemble, and change at a moment's notice. This is what we hope to be the first NFT for many of the people coming from Web 2 into Web 3, but it's also perfect for fanatics who understand rarity distributions. It's on layer 2, gas-free. We have a primary market, a secondary market. Stay tuned for more details. Join us in Discord, Impact Theory Discord, on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, projectkaizen.io. All right, guys, I hope you join us. See you.
Okay. I'm still not understanding. And I think this is the problem. Like, yes, I'm dumb. Yes, of course. But if other people are dumb, so dumb they cannot understand what your product is, you're not going to be successful. I'm sorry.
Of the ecosystem.
Okay, here's a bad video.
Of the founders' keys is structured in such a way to give value to key holders. And so we can get into the specifics of it, but everything that we do, literally everything. My wife has a book coming up, and we're doing an NFT drop. We're always asking, how do we take this project and add value to key holders? And so it becomes this really long.
So his wife had a book. Okay, we know that. Radical Confidence was her book, I think is what it was called, where she's like got the spray paint or whatever. Radical Confidence, something like that. And so they had an NFT drop to go along with the thing. Interesting. Okay, here's Flex. Or as his mother likes to call him, Max Flex. Okay. I don't get it. It's a game-like... it's a game-like experience. Oh yeah, this is Tom Bilyeu and Steve Aoki just dropped the mic and some pandas and this teaser at VeeCon. Again, so vague, so confusing. Did not take off. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking here. But if you look at the top, okay, other than VeeCon, which, you know, was before NFT related.
Back to the streets.
I haven't seen him talk about NFTs in quite a while. And for him to have a launch. Oh God, is that him on stage? There's no one in the stands. Where is everybody? Poor Lisa. Okay, that was it. Yeah, he's really talking about like, do men with no kids die younger? The recipe for fulfillment. Here's my mom. This is where he was talking about the, let's see what the comments were on this one. Oh no, I already read those. How to become the hero. 5 important questions you want to ask your partner. Okay. Want to hear what the 5 things to change your life are?
Something in your life is broken. You just go, it's one of these 5 things. It's either my values, my beliefs, my rules, my routines, or my very sense of what is possible for myself in the world. And you're going to fix your life by addressing those things. Now, there's a PhD dissertation in each one of those bullet points, but once you can boil it down to, okay, cool, I get this. It's all a me problem.
What does he know about anything? The thing is, like, they all start off as this, like, oh, I'm a successful business person, entrepreneur. I can teach you about business and entrepreneurship and making money. Okay, great. I believe you. Why am I going to listen to you about my values and my beliefs and my rules and my routine and what my beliefs are impossible in my life? What is he qualified to do this? And I guess it's just like, because they don't, like, what is he going to say over and over again? Like, hi, I had a once in a lifetime opportunity. I took it and I did not fuck it up. That's what you should do. They're not going to hire you to speak on stage for that, I guess. So it's just like, you got to change the thing in between your ears. You got to work on that, guys. And I'm going to tell you 5 ways that you're going to instantly forget and that aren't actually applicable right now. Here we go.
I have to solve something in me. It's not an extrinsic thing. It's not out here. Work my way through it. Again, what's my goal? Once you get that, you can start going in and handcrafting things to get you where you want to go.
Make a goal. And then once you do that, you can start working on that goal. Give me $100,000, please. Someone needs to get me on a stage, pronto. Is happiness a choice? Let's ask you and Rachel.
Is happiness a choice?
100% it is. Look, it is not a choice to find absolute happiness because, of course, life will throw things your way that will disrupt your happiness. It's just the way life is, right? But it is a choice to at least be happier in every possible situation. It is a choice to pursue happiness as a priority, just like we pursue money or success or titles as a priority. And when you make that choice, almost...
And who is this person? Who are you, Mr. Happiness? Unstressable.com. Book Solve for Happy. Scary Smart. That little voice in your head. Mission 1 billion happy. I'm so sick of everyone's mission being like, my mission is to touch 1 million billion people. It's like, doing what? Talking to like getting $1 billion? I don't know. They're like, oh, it just makes me sound like I have very aspirational goals. My goal is to feed 1 billion trillion people. Cool. Am I supposed to praise you for having a large goal like that? I think that they think that like, well, my dreams are big. So, and they're, you know, somewhat philanthropic. So I deserve your cash. I wrote a book about this. I mean, I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea. Wouldn't it be good if humanity learned to fail a little more often? I mean, it depends. That depends. Fail what? Fail to the point of homelessness? No, I don't think so. That would not be better for humanity. Okay, so that's that. Okay, what else? The wiki. Just another video. What channel is this on? Impact Theory Studios. Kaizen Explainer. This is what I need. Okay, this is hot piping tea. This only has 156 views. This is the types of videos I like. Under 200 views with an account that has 12.4 thousand and from a person who has like over 1 million on Instagram. That's what I want to see. Okay, the comments are, so it's not really a game? You just create avatar and do NFT things? Scam. I can't believe he's still pushing this. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. True. That is what that saying is. Okay, here we go.
Are you ready for something absolutely mind-blowing?
Yes!
Buckle up, my friends, because phase 1 of Project Kaizen is here.
Yes!
Prepare to be blown away by our borderless entertainment revolution.
Borderless entertainment revolution. Explain that to me. What do they say? Explain that to me as a 5-year-old. Like, what does that mean? The answer is nothing. Nothing new, nothing exciting. But I'll give him credit for copywriting. That is what his skill is.
Project Kaizen brings you a one-of-a-kind experience where you can craft a stunning custom avatar using 3D digital assets. And trust me, this is just the tip of the iceberg. If you're a founder's key holder, you can use your Kaizen jump token, which was airdropped to you, and burn it to get a soul and a bunch of crates. You need a soul to bring your avatar to life.
Money is the key to the soul. That's what I've always said. ETH is the key to the soul and to create this digital avatar.
Crates are these incredible digital treasure boxes containing jaw-dropping items for customizing your avatar.
Jaw-dropping. Guys, did you see this box that Tom Bilyeu just created? I can't believe it. It's got brown on it, and it's also, there's one that's purple.
You can buy crates inside of Kaizen, and you can earn some by leveling up your character. And if you don't have a jump token, no worries, you can snag one on the secondary market to burn and trade for a soul and crates, or just buy a soul if someone's selling.
This is not words. Just buy a soul if someone's selling. What? I gotta buy a crate?
Kaizen is truly a groundbreaking avatar engine where limitless creativity lets you create, mint, edit, and remint your avatar as many
I want a lollipop.
Many times as you want, putting on new items whenever you feel like it. We're
Wow.
beyond excited to see
Guy's
the
ripped.
limitless creativity that you guys are going to be able to express through the creation of your avatar. Thank you guys so much for joining us on this epic journey as we shape the future of Project Kaizen together. I'll see you guys on the inside. And until then, my friends, be legendary. Take care.
This has got to be the biggest letdown to these people who believe in him and like this project and any of that. Like, even someone who's a fan has got to be like, come on, man. All this time, it's been over a year, and before he was pushing NFTs, like, this is going to change and revolutionize everyone's life, and this is what they come up with. Okay, so I don't understand this again, but, oh, something happened. I think our stream is getting this to be a hot topic. No, I'm just kidding. 34% are unique owners. There's 4,609 owners. Okay. Analytics. I don't understand. 22 sales. It went down by 39% in the last 7 days. Okay, in the last 90 days, there's been 563 sales. Is that good? I don't know. I have no idea. And 55% own one item. Yeah, 55% of all the people who own one thing. So there's only 4,639 people who can make avatars, which is like nothing, but like, that's nothing compared to like a game. Okay. Oh, you want to take an assessment? Your abilities. They're going to tell me what my abilities are. You want to take a meth test? Meth type assessment? I like blue meth. I already know. Okay, it's going to take 4 minutes. Ready? As awakened, you are capable of pushing way beyond your limits and using what one on Earth Prime might call superpowers. None of this makes sense. What are you talking about? What is Earth Prime? These powers all belong to a class we call mesh type. There are 5 mesh types, each with their own unique abilities. Breakers who manipulate energy, engineers who manipulate matter, hackers who manipulate code, kinetics who manipulate their bodies, ciphers who manipulate minds. This assessment is designed to help you discover your nature and the latent abilities you will ultimately need to train in Kaizen. Take it and prepare to hone these skills in Kaizen. We'll all need them. Okay, begin. Ready? I, Tether, will be your guide on this journey of self-discovery. Before we continue, you'll need to connect your wallet. Okay, I'm out. Once you're connected to the money machine, you'll need to select a soul or an avatar from your wallet in order to begin. Fear not, this assessment will not cost you your soul. Simply choose one and click continue to embark on this journey. Connect to your MetaMask wallet. Scan with wallet connect. Okay, skip. I don't have that.
Oh, okay. Colt.
Angela Barba. Thank you. Angela Barba. Did you say? Oh, it's loading.
Oh, okay. Colt.
Oh, was there a gifted subs, or just 2 people randomly joined? Sorry, they're loading all the.
Colt.
All the chats are going. Alaska Blatundra, thank you so much. I should have known. I shouldn't even ask.
Okay, cool.
I knew intuitively. Thank you so much.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
Okay, cool.
That's what I would do without you. Alaska Blatundra. Also, what else? Which one I haven't done today?
Oh, okay. Colt.
You're like actually nervous.
That's me every day. Also,
nobody blames the egg.
Colt.
Remember?
Thinking what you were doing is heaven sent, but in truth, it's hell bent.
Okay, let's see if it updates. No.
Oh, okay. Colt.
This did not work at all. Am I right or am I right? This widget sucks. If only I had an avatar, or if only I had a game like engine, I could do something about it. Once again, thank you, Alaska Blatundra.
Do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
Okay, I guess it's letting us do it without connecting the wallet, so that's nice. Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Okay, what are you excited to do in Project Kaizen? Okay, A, physical conditioning in my avatar, combat training, personal free time, meal and social hours, library time. What? Am I going to prison? Like, what is this? This all sounds like I'm going to the army or prison. I'm going to say meals and social hours. Okay, I'm not going to change my answer because I'm dedicated. Okay. How would you start a revolution? That's presumptuous. Of course, I'll build a network of printing presses and let the instance sort itself out. Huh? Am I missing something? I don't understand what these words are. What's an instance and why is it capitalized? Definitely. I'll gather the opposition leaders and help them organize the people. What? Off with his head. I'll do it myself. That's probably the one. Set up an underground computer network before I go. Information wants to be free. Or E, I guess. That's an E, I suppose. It's not my job to police the whole array. What's an array? Okay, I guess we'll chop his head off. Oh. This is something. What is this? Is that the Black Power hand? Like the exact one? I don't know. Interesting. Looks familiar. What mech allows you to unleash your inner beast? Lion, octopus, crow, silverback gorilla, dog. No kitty cats? I'll say octopus. That is an octopus right there. Octopi. How would you like to be remembered? The valiant, the attentive, the intuitive, the dynamic, the insightful. Definitely intuitive because empath is not here. So I have to be intuitive because that's how I know everyone's secrets. Spider-Man? Is that you? What fuels you? A Nutra-Pack in between training is all I need. I have no time to waste on prep or savoring taste. Small snacks throughout the day. A protein-rich diet, physical or mental. I find that meat, fish, and poultry drive me. I just need a healthy, balanced diet to get my work done. I eat with no frills. Okay, these are the same. I want to make sure I'm either indulging in my favorites or trying some audacious new dish since food adds spice to my life. Okay, well, that one. I love to eat. What speaks to your heart? Being complicated. That does speak to my heart. Being complimented, physical contact. So which is your love language? Spending time with someone else, favors, receiving a gift. Receiving a gift, sure. Kissing under the moonlight. What would you do if the world were to end? I guess I wouldn't have many choices, huh? Party like there's no tomorrow. There are no consequences to your actions here. History is coming alive. Quietly study and record all you can of the disaster. No time to lose. Organize an evacuation of the city. To where? To where? Space? Volcano Volcano Schmolcano. You've always wanted to fight a bear in an amphitheater? Huh? Grab as many scrolls as you can to preserve the knowledge that will be lost. Okay, I guess party. When does this end? How many questions are there? What would make you feel powerful? Leap tall buildings in a single bound. See the darkness that lies in the heart of man. Okay, this sounds personal. Go to any place I can imagine. Build something crazy. Learn what makes the universe tick. It's definitely avatars and game-like experiences. Okay, see the darkness in men. Spider-Man? Is that you? Spider-Man again? You have a chance to visit a new instance. I still don't know what that means. Would you go? No time to waste. Jump to that instance now. You want to be at the forefront of the next frontier. Wait to learn more. I don't know what this is. I don't care. Go fast alone, I guess. I don't know. Who do you inspire to be like? A gregarious leader who will sacrifice themselves for the greater good? No. A steel-willed problem solver who will bend the rules to get what they want? Maybe. A patient and compassionate artist whose fans are everything to them? No. Ew. Gross. A stoic warrior with unwavering discipline and unbreakable moral code? Hell no. An ingenious inventor known for their idiosyncrasies? I think I will bend the rules. For sure. Oh. Wait. Oh. Okay. Wait. Where'd it go? It literally exited out. Oh no, it's here. I can't. How many questions are there left? What drives you? Puzzles. Okay, finally. Hello. View my results. Okay, ready. I'm a cipher. That means I'm a relationship-oriented peacemaker and bridge builder. Did you know that, Kitty? I'm a high-level communicator. Did you know that? I have high emotional intelligence and understand human motivations, including their own, stable and controlled, calm under pressure, strategic thinker. I'm not calm under pressure, really. Okay. That was exciting. So what do I do now? That's my experience? I just leave now? Okay, well, I'm a cipher, guys. What do we do? I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Story so far. Phase 1. That's where we're in. You can make an avatar. After my death at the hands of Wake, I, Tether, uploaded my consciousness into Kaizen's operating system, KOS. I was able to activate a search protocol that brought in the awakened Ion, who then brought in Byte. Some of you have accessed KOS and helped sort through my memories. It is now time to create new ones with you in Kaizen. Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this yet. This has a record 39 views. This might be the lowest viewed video. It's unlisted at least. But it was posted a month ago. It's 39 views. He must be flipping out. Oh my God. Okay, here's the story. Can you imagine spending probably, I don't know, $10 million developing this? They have to have artists. They have to have computer people, engineers create some of this stuff. I don't know about the actual Unreal stuff. I mean, I'm sure they have an Unreal engineer or an Unreal expert do it. I don't know how much that costs, but probably millions, I would imagine, just to do it and to get into the base and all that, maybe. Like all the NFT, exchanges or whatever. 39 views. Oof. And he's speaking at all the conferences, like his hot audience. This is a mistake. I need a voice actor too. What happened? There's Lisa. Lisa, is that you?
Mic drop, homie.
I mean, this takes effort. The production value. Create yourself in an avatar experience. He. Okay. Then phase 2, you don't know. We're only at phase 1. FAQ. Okay. Oh, he explained it. It's a groundbreaking borderless experience, entertainment experience. Okay. I've made my avatar. What's next? Share your avatar to Twitter. Okay, so nothing. Okay. Oh, my nose. Can Mary Mod's NFTs or the Relentless Life Map be used in phase 1? No, there is no utility in phase 1 for Mary Mod's NFTs or the Relentless Life Map. Okay, don't know what any of that means. Join Discord, join Twitter. Lore. Okay, so it's like written down. Like, what is it? This is probably the worst way to talk about lore. Here's a PDF. Okay, at least it's colorful. Here's the lore that you've been dreaming about. You're awake, but I imagine quite confused. Don't worry, I can explain everything. Who am I? I'm a hacker. Who is this? Elon Musk? What is Elon Musk doing here? Spoiler alert, Elon was right. Okay, let me read this. As you're from Earth Prime, I'll speak in a way you can understand. Let's start with the basics. As I'm sure you've guessed by now, the world is far different than you've been led to believe. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Here it is, plain. Everything around us, everything we see, feel, interact with is all a simulation. It's not such a crazy idea. Many of Earth Prime's greatest thinkers have wrestled with this, from Plato to David Chalmers. Am I supposed to know who that is? And Elon Musk, the brightest among you. Intuit a simple fact. If it's technically possible to run a simulation of perfect fidelity, then statistically speaking, the odds that any one of us are living in the real world is vanishingly slim. As Elon Musk said, there's a 1 in billions chance we're in base reality. Spoiler alert, Elon was right. You're not in base reality. This is a simulation. The progenitor of this simulation, known as the array, houses everything you've ever known and everything you've ever going to know and everything you are ever going to know. No matter how many times you jump between instances or how many universes you map, you will always remain inside the array. The array is infinite and unknown. At least that's how I choose to see it. I prefer to stand in awe of it rather than pick at its seams. From where I sit, the power is in realizing it's a simulation, not escaping its confines. Ooh. Okay. The specifics. So what you think of as a universe is what we call an instance. Okay, so now it's explaining what those specifics are. So we got some obvious Asian influence, I think we're fair to say. Okay, so this is all the stuff. I mean, if you're into this type of stuff, like, you might find this interesting. If you were brought into Tom Bilyeu's world, oh my god. Isn't this like exactly like following the Fortnite like model though? Like to a T? Like, don't they have all these characters basically? Like these exact characters in Fortnite? Cypher, oh, we're the same. Cypher girl. Cypher girl. And like I distinctly remember Fortnite having like these exact characters. Okay. There's Lisa again. Another Lisa. Okay, do we know who this dude is? David Chalmers? Even if we're in a perfect simulation, this is not an illusion. I'm still in a perfectly real world. Everything is just as meaningful as it was before. Okay. Let's just hope we figure it out in time. I'm confused. Okay. Genesis characters. So they just talk about who the characters are. Okay. Okay. I'm into it. What's phase 1? Avatars. Founders keys. Marketplace. Lore. Okay. Well, that's it, guys. I don't know. It doesn't look to me like it's going to be a great success given the exposure thus far. But you never know. You know? Crazier things have happened, I suppose. But I feel like Tom Bilyeu is purposely pivoting back to... Can weight loss drug Ozempic melt your face? As the better solution for him. Because it does him well. Especially on YouTube. Which is here. Oops. I guess not. I guess maybe it's not working anymore. Let's see. You can go on Apple Podcasts. That works. Yeah, you're talking about fat loss a lot. I guess that seems to be the hot topic now. Losing weight again. It was all about body positivity. Now it's about losing weight. You're fasting wrong. CIA spy on World War III's timeline and how it might happen. The shocking truth about weight loss and fat. Population collapse. Sexless epidemic. Oh. Survive the mega threats, our toxic culture, destroying society, male inequality. Why modern men are on the decline. Alzheimer's disease, the early warning. This is nice. This is normal. Weight loss myths. This new treatment might save your life if you struggle with anxiety. Control their minds. CIA spy on mind games. World War III. Okay, well, he's actually not doing that great, really. I mean, he posts so much, but like these views minus this one, which has 1.1 million, and this has 3 million, they're much lower than they were. Here's our boy. Here's our boy.
You can walk that freaking tightrope forever. And you think it's going to last a week, and then it's a month and a year and a fucking decade. And then you're looking up and you're going 15 years later going, I haven't moved. We opened up the talk.
Here's the most replayed moment.
Yeah, I think everybody struggles to stay on the straight and narrow. But the thing that I find interesting about religion, I think everybody, myself included, has a God-shaped hole in their heart. And I've heard Jordan Peterson quote Carl Jung in saying that basically Christ, while all about mercy, ultimately comes back as a judge. And that Jung was saying that the point there is that any ideal that you're striving towards, right? None of us are going to be Christ, but we can aspire to be Christ-like. And it gives you, I actually really like the definition that you were giving about your faith gives you something that allows you to see who you could be through the weeds and to see that beauty of creation, humanity, the transcendent. And at first I thought you were going to get into like that it's about awe and just being kneel in the face of awe. And there actually is, I think, wisdom to that, but there's something even more profound about what you were saying, if I'm interpreting you correctly, that, you know, whatever it is
He's like, sorry, you're on mute.
you're trying to achieve in life, it is going to be difficult. There are going to be hard times. And
Okay, that's too much. Get to the question. What's the question? I hate when people do this. I hated when journalists did this. Like we'd be at a press conference or something, and they would give like, I'm all for it if it leads to a like question that is direct and is a good, like you needed that background. But a lot of times people just like to hear themselves talk, as I talk for 4 hours on my own YouTube channel. But like people like to hear themselves talk when people are forced to watch, like in a setting, in a group setting, or like at a meeting or something. And it drives me insane because it's like, so I'm going to talk about myself for 12 minutes. And at the end of it, I'm going to say, so what do you think about what I just said? And it's like you're forcing them on the spot to respond to your like ramblings. It's like, I don't know. Sometimes it's okay. And then sometimes I was just like, this is unnecessary. Part of your job as a journalist should be like getting to the point. So the rest of the journalists can ask other questions, or you yourself can ask more questions. Side rant. Okay. That's it for Tommy. Tommy BB. Tommy BBB. Where you saw that. All right. I'm out, everybody. It's been 4 hours almost. We did good, huh, Kitty? We did very good, right? It's time to sing the song, huh? Or to do the story. Huh? We should do the story based on Project Kaizen and being a cipher and, like, I don't know, being an avatar experience. I think that'll be fun. All right. What do we think? What do we think? We didn't get to we got to everything, but we didn't go into all the details that I was going to, I guess. I guess we did. We did. Lots more coming. There's so many more ideas. The one about the woman being in the cult, I watched the H3 interview with her, the Alex, I think her name is, A-dubs or something on YouTube. It turns out she was like at a ayahuasca retreat, and while weird, and while I don't agree with a lot that she said, I also agree with H3's, Ethan's interpretation that it's not necessarily a cult in the traditional sense. It's just someone who's getting into woo-woo spirituality and thinks that they've, you know, discovered something that no one's ever heard of before. It seems to be a common trope in that space. Like, oh, I've discovered this life-altering thing and I need to bring it to the masses. It's like, the masses have been aware. But okay, whatever you say. And then I think next week maybe it'll be a good time to talk about the kids their parents like selling calls and selling calendars of their children. I'm sort of re-inspired to talk about this, and it's one TikTok creator who's done an amazing job of like making content about this issue. So using a lot of her help and her research, we can kind of break it down more. She talks about it like on pretty succinctly on TikTok. So I think we can explore some of these mommy managers who are exploiting their own children. And I was re-inspired because Heidi Powell, fan favorite around here. Heidi,
it's okay to cry.
Are you doing better?
No.
Yeah. Well, she's like showing her kids more than ever and compromising again positions. They're like got their braces on and like their retainers, and like these kids are, you know, not teens yet. Well, 2 of them are, but 2 of them aren't. And it's like I know for a fact these kids are going to look back at these like times that their mom has shared of them and just cringe. And it's like these kids have no privacy. They are exploited by their own parents. And it's like, as someone, I was not exploited by my parents in the same way, obviously, but like people have this perception, some people who haven't gone through it themselves have this perception that parents can do no wrong. Parents are pure to begin with. And then, you know, unless something huge happens, they can never really be held responsible for anything. And it's like so untrue these days, especially where it's like, just because you're a mom does not mean that you have the best intentions of your kids at heart. Just because you're a father does not mean that you are protecting your kids rightfully, or you're letting your wife do something, or you're letting your husband do something, and like, in the sense of like, you know, sell pictures of your kids online thinking that that's no big deal, no harm, no foul. Anyways, very bizarre stuff. We can talk about it next week. And in the meantime, I'm putting together a little edit of the Jenna Kutcher video for the people who can't watch the 4 hours. Totally understand. I'm just cutting out the best parts and kind of the gist of it between Cam and I. And I might do that with these videos too. I'll pick one of them maybe. Maybe the Bryan Johnson love affair thing. Because that was kind of interesting. All right, everybody.
You're going to be like, good Lord, Heidi, we're going to this?
Time for story time. And Taro's little belly scratching time. Yeah, it's belly scratching time. There, want to go up? Let's see. See if she gets up again. Belly scratching time for Taro's. Wow. Taro, how does it feel to be up so high? It feels okay. I have a standing desk. Obviously. I'm not superhuman I'm lifting it with my fingers. It's really heavy down here, guys. Back down we go. Fun ride. What a fun ride, huh? Okay. All right. And merch is available. Thank you to Alaska Blue Tundra. That may have... Let me check, actually. Let me do my daily check. My nightly check. We are close to another emote. Close, close, close. But do we have cigar? Let's see. I'm looking. What? Oh my God. I'm so confused. Okay. I'm hoping it's a glitch because literally earlier today it said 18. You need 18 more for a new emote. And now it says 48, unless 48 people left today specifically because they were mad at me or something. So I'll check in with that. What the hell's going on? Because I don't know why. Maybe the thing messed it up. Maybe the counter, which is not working, messed it up. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But okay, time to do the story time. Peace out. I'm still here. I'm not downloading it. I'm uploading it, actually. I'm uploading the song that we will sing along to / talk over. Okay, here we go. Hey. I'm in the metaverse. Web3. Who, me? Yes, you. Do-do-doodly-doo. Rainy Cannon. was going to the NFT conference. They wore their leather jacket. Starry Nights was there too, scanning tickets. Because he is a bro, NFT bro. That's what he does. He bros it out on the cryptocurrency World Wide Web. Nicole Campbell bought an NFT from Starry Nights in Web3. It was a monkey on a yacht. In Canna Bay, they bought a thought. Yeah, I said it. Thought. That's something in your mind that you think. Right, Tara? You love to think. Angela Arnold is a Bitcoin babe. They don't buy ETH. They only trade. Heather Tells is making an avatar straight from hell. Devil horns and flip-flop shoes. That's the avatar I choose. A console too. They wanted butterfly wings. And they're a scyther too. Just like me and just like you. Katie, she wants to do a collab with Snoop Dogg too. Her song will be Katie is never latey. And DJ Pepino, he's dropping this track right now. Everyone slow down. It's time for the party town. And Joms. What can I say about Joms? Joms is an alpha female, alpha male. Transcending gender, transcending simulations. They're the alpha in every fascination. And Tiffany, they will buy the whole conference. Actually, no. They'll buy Drew Barrymore's presents because she also, just like Snoop Dogg, has kind of low standards for what she'll support. And Chels Marie says, me 3. I want to sign up, speak on stage, and talk about nothing for 4 hours and get $100,000. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And Alaska Blood Tundra, thank you again for gifting those subs. I promise I'll figure out things on my end. Okay. And then they say, good day. Get out of here. You shouldn't even come near. This is Alaska Blood Tundra telling me to leave. Because I messed up the YouTube. No, I didn't mess it up though. That's the thing. I'm confused. But it's fine. We'll figure it out once again. And back to it. Shut up, Kayla. My inner thoughts come out sometimes. It's like I'm looking into a crystal G ball that predicts what my brain is thinking and it spews it out to all. And Lindsay Walden loves Snoop Dogg so much. Right, Tara? Her favorite song is Gin and Juice. That's the only song I know that is by Snoop. And Kimberly Casse, she likes to get a Frosty from Wendy's. Chocolate only. Dip a fry in. No bologna. Alice in Wonderland 66. That can be your name in this game. Well, actually, not a game. It's an avatar-like simulation experience. You can go in. You'll always win, because there's actually not a game to play. Kara Soto's gonna sue her boyfriend because he promised to kiss her every day, and he didn't. Sue his ass. Kimberly Harris Smiles, also sue his ass. Everyone get a lawsuit today. Sue your best friend and baby. They all deserve their dirty laundry exposed. Let's expose everyone's secrets and what they do inside their homes. Heather Hope says, nope. I always rhyme hope with nope, but it is so dope. Hey! No lawsuit for you. 'Cause you thought it through. You put money away in your bank account. Hey! Good for yay. Dave Kelly, where do you fit in the metaverse, NFT, Web3 conglomerate? I think you're at the library reading a physical book. In little library nook. Probably. That sounds pretty good to me. Hey! Not Jenna Cash. Not Jenna Cash is gone with the flash of her camera, 'cause she's a model and she's taking pics full throttle. Oh. El Cholo's kid. I think Garyvee is trying to appeal to you. You're the type of guy that he is trying to multiply in his customer service line. Ooh, 'cause he's got animals that are fluffy. But he also curses, so it's kind of confusing. Guess we'll never know. It's amusing. Blaze Goddess, I should have brought you up when Snoop was around, because he doesn't clown. Only when recording raps that talk about real estate. It kind of slapped a little bit, but then I remembered that Garyvee was in it, and I said, eh. And Charlotte, you're rounding out this song. What else did we not talk about? Blood draws. And prom pics. Just envision it. Okay, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time. Peace out. Tarot says bye-bye. Just believe me. Okay, bye.